Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Dawn Before Time. In the beginning there was neither light nor darkness, neither order nor chaos, but something far more primal, the raw essence of potential itself, writhing in the void like a dream half-remembered. This was the time before time, when the very concept of existence hung in the balance between what was and what could never be. In these primordial moments, the fate of countless worlds, including the realm that would one day be known as the Forgotten Realms, lay suspended in the cosmic breath of creation itself. The void was not empty, as mortals might imagine emptiness. It teemed with forces so fundamental that they existed before the very notion of existence had been conceived. These were the primordials, beings of such raw elemental power that their thoughts alone could birth continents, and their dreams could shatter realities. They were not gods, for godhood itself had yet to be defined. They were something more ancient, more terrible, and infinitely more alien to the minds that would one day seek to comprehend them. Entropy and energy danced their eternal waltz in the nothingness, their steps marking the rhythm by which all future time would be measured. Where their forms touched, sparks of possibility flickered into being, not light, for light required darkness to define it, but something more fundamental, pure potential, waiting to be shaped by will and intention into the building blocks of reality itself. It was in this cosmic moment of infinite possibility that the first great conflict began, not between good and evil, for such concepts had yet to be born, but between the forces of structure and the powers of change. The primordials, in their alien wisdom, saw creation as an endless sea of transformation, where nothing remained constant, and everything flowed according to the whims of elemental force. They envisioned a reality where mountains might dance and oceans might sing, where the very laws of existence shifted like weather patterns across an infinite sky. But they were not alone in the void. As consciousness itself began to crystallize from the raw stuff of potential, other beings emerged, entities that would one day be known as gods, though they bore little resemblance to the deities mortals would come to worship. These proto-divine beings possessed something the primordials lacked, the ability to conceive of permanence, of structure, of meaning that transcended the moment of its creation. Where the primordials saw change as the ultimate truth, these early gods perceived the beauty of form, the necessity of law, the profound importance of things that endure. The cosmos itself became their battleground, though battle is perhaps too small a word for a conflict that spanned dimensions not yet created, and time not yet begun. When primordials clashed with proto-gods, their struggles sent shockwaves through the very fabric of possibility, creating ripples that would one day become the fundamental forces governing reality. Gravity, light, heat, cold, all emerged from these cosmic collisions, byproducts of a war fought on scales that dwarfed the comprehension of any mortal mind. From the blood of wounded primordials, the first matter began to coalesce. From the tears of grieving gods, the first waters took shape, and from the very ground where they fought, the foundation of what would become the world of Toril began to form, not as a planned creation, but as an accidental consequence of titanic conflict. The world that would house the Forgotten Realms was born in violence, bathed in the essence of beings whose power exceeded the imagination of any who would later walk upon its surface. As the war raged across eons that had no names, patterns began to emerge from the chaos. The primordials, for all their vast power, discovered that pure change contained within it the seeds of its own limitation. To transform everything was, paradoxically, to make transformation itself meaningless. The gods, meanwhile, learned that absolute order was indistinguishable from absolute death. A universe where nothing could change was a universe where nothing could truly live. From this mutual realization came the first great compromise, though it was born not of wisdom but of exhaustion. The primordials and the gods, having fought until the very concepts of victory and defeat had lost their meaning, found themselves creating something neither had intended. A reality governed by both change and stability, where the dance between order and chaos would continue for all eternity, but within bounds that neither force could completely dominate. This was the moment when me itself was born, not as a river flowing in one direction, but as a spiral, allowing for both progress and return, for growth and decay, for the endless cycle of creation and destruction that would define the nature of existence throughout all the ages to come. The primordials retreated into the elemental planes, their power channeled into the fundamental forces that would govern reality. The gods claimed the outer planes as their domains, establishing the cosmic order that would shape the destinies of all future beings. But Toril, the world that would become home to the Forgotten Realms, remained a place where both influences could be felt. The primordial forces that had birthed it from conflict continued to stir beneath its surface, creating the conditions for magic, for change, for the endless possibilities that would define the character of this particular world. Meanwhile, the divine influences that had helped establish cosmic law provided the stability necessary for life to take root and flourish. In the deepest caverns of the world, where the echoes of primordial power still resonated, the first sparks of consciousness began to flicker. Not yet intelligent life as mortals would understand it, but something more fundamental, the awareness that would one day blossom into thought, into will, into the capacity to shape reality through intention rather than instinct. These proto-minds, formed from the residual energy of cosmic conflict, would become the seeds from which all future intelligence would grow. The world's first creatures were beings of pure elemental force, dragons and giants and serpentine intelligences that embodied the raw power of creation itself. They were the creator races, though they did not create in the sense that mortals understand creation. Instead, they shaped reality through their very existence, their thoughts and desires, becoming the landscape upon which future generations would build their civilizations. These ancient beings possessed knowledge that would be lost to later ages, the secret names of primordials, the hidden weaknesses of gods, the fundamental equations that governed the relationship between matter and energy, between thought and reality. They were living bridges between the cosmic forces that had birthed the world and the mortal intelligences that would one day inherit it, though they understood neither their origins nor their destiny. As the ages passed, ages measured not in years, but in the slow cooling of primordial fire and the gradual settling of divine law, the world began to take on the characteristics that would make it suitable for the complex tapestry of life that was to come. Continents formed and reformed as the last echoes of primordial conflict shaped the surface of the world. Oceans filled with waters that remembered the tears of gods. Skies cleared as the cosmic dust of creation settled into patterns that would one day be read as omens by mortal priests and wizards. The magic that would define the Forgotten Realms was woven into the very fabric of reality during these primordial days. It was not a force that could be controlled or commanded, but rather a fundamental aspect of existence itself, the lingering echo of the cosmic conflict that had birthed the world, the residual energy of primordial transformation held in check by divine order. Magic was both the memory of what had been and the promise of what could be, a bridge between the stable reality that mortals would inhabit and the infinite possibilities that lay beyond the boundaries of any single world. And so the stage was set for the great drama that would unfold across the ages, the rise and fall of empires, the birth and death of gods, the endless cycle of heroism and tragedy, that would define the history of the Forgotten Realms. All of it began in those first moments, when primordial chaos met divine order, when the raw stuff of creation was shaped by conflict into the foundation upon which all future stories would be built. The dawn before time had ended, and the first day of history was about to begin, but the echoes of that primordial conflict would never truly fade, remaining as the deep background rhythm against which all future events would play out. A reminder that even in the most ordered of realities, the seeds of change and transformation continued to slumber, waiting for the right moment to awaken and shape the world anew. In the silence that followed the last great battle between primordial and divine, the world of Netheril drew its first breath, and with that breath, the age of creation began in earnest. The foundation had been laid, forged in conflict and tempered by compromise, ready to support the weight of civilizations yet to come, and the stories yet to be told. Chapter 2. The Days of Thunder. The greatest inheritance is not gold or land, but the accumulated weight of choices made by those who came before, choices that echo through time like thunder rolling across an endless sky, shaping the world long after their makers have passed into legend. In the early ages of Netheril, when the world was young and malleable, the first inheritors of creation wielded power so vast that their decisions would reverberate through every subsequent age, defining the very nature of what it meant to exist upon this newborn realm. These were the days of thunder, though no mortal ear heard the sound that gave this epoch its name. The thunder was not in the sky, but in the earth itself, the deep, resonant tremor of reality, being shaped by beings whose thoughts alone could raise mountains, and whose dreams could birth entire species. The creator races had awakened to consciousness, and with consciousness came the terrible responsibility of deciding what the world would become. The dragons were the first to truly understand their inheritance. Born from the marriage of primordial fire and divine will, they possessed within their very essence the duality that would define all future creation. Their breath could destroy or create. Their magic could heal or harm. Their presence could inspire awe or terror. In those early days, when the boundaries between thought and reality remained fluid, dragons learned to shape the world through pure intention, sculpting mountains as easily as mortals might shape clay. Bahamut and Tiamat, the first and greatest of their kind, embodied this cosmic duality in its purest form. Bahamut, the platinum dragon, saw in the new world an opportunity to create something beautiful and lasting, realms where harmony might flourish, where different creatures could coexist in balance, where the raw power of creation could be channeled toward constructive ends. His breath crystallized into the first precious metals, his tears became the springs from which pure water flowed, and his scales, when shed, formed the foundations of mountains that would endure for millennia. Tiamat, the chromatic queen, possessed a vision equally valid but utterly opposed. She saw in the world's malleability not an opportunity for harmony but for dominance, a realm where strength would determine worth, where conflict would drive evolution, where the powerful would rule over the weak according to natural law. Her breath forged the first weapons of war, her roar summoned the storms that would test all future civilizations, and her children learned to view the world as a treasure to be hoarded, rather than a garden to be tended. From their cosmic conflict emerged the fundamental tension that would define draconic civilization throughout all subsequent ages. The metallic dragons, following Bahamut's example, became guardians and protectors, using their vast power to preserve and nurture. The chromatic dragons, inspired by Tiamat's philosophy, became conquerors and destroyers, viewing lesser beings as resources to be exploited or obstacles to be eliminated. Neither perspective was evil in the sense that mortals would later understand evil. Both were simply different approaches to the question of how ultimate power should be exercised. The giants, meanwhile, developed their own answer to this fundamental question. Born from the bones of the earth itself and nurtured by the first storms, they possessed a deep understanding of the physical world that even the dragons could not match. Where dragons saw reality as something to be shaped by will, Giants perceived it as something to be understood through patient observation and careful experimentation. They became the first true craftsmen, learning to work with the fundamental forces of creation rather than simply commanding them. The storm giants, dwelling in the highest peaks where lightning danced between their fingertips, mapped the currents of elemental air and learned to read the future in the patterns of clouds. The fire giants, making their homes in the hearts of volcanoes, mastered the secrets of metallurgy and forging, creating tools and weapons that would serve as templates for all future craftsmanship. The frost giants, in their icebound citadels, discovered the arts of preservation and endurance, learning to create things that could survive the passage of ages unchanged. Each giant clan developed its own philosophy of creation, but all shared a common understanding that their role was not to rule the world, but to prepare it for those who would come after. They built the first great roads, carving paths through mountain ranges and across continents that would guide the migrations of future peoples. They raised the first monuments, stone circles and earthen mounds that would serve as gathering places for civilizations yet to be born. They established the first schools, teaching the fundamental principles of craftsmanship to any creature intelligent enough to learn. The giants' greatest achievement was not any single creation, but the concept of legacy itself, the understanding that those who possessed great power also bore great responsibility to use that power wisely for the benefit of future generations. This philosophy would be lost and rediscovered many times throughout the subsequent history of the realms, but its first expression in the Days of Thunder set a standard of wisdom and responsibility that would inspire heroes and leaders throughout all the ages to come. The Serok, the great serpent people, approached the question of inheritance from yet another angle. Ancient beyond measure even in those early days, they possessed knowledge of the cosmic forces that had shaped the world that neither dragons nor giants could match. They had witnessed the birth of reality itself, had seen the patterns that governed the relationship between order and chaos, and understood that true power came not from force or craft, but from comprehension of the underlying principles that made existence possible. In their vast underground cities, carved from living rock and lit by crystalline formations that captured and amplified magical energy, the Sarok became the first great scholars and philosophers. They developed the first systems of writing, creating runic scripts that could capture not just words but the essence of concepts themselves. They mapped the flow of magical energy across the world, identifying the ley lines and nodes that would become the foundation of all future magical study. They cataloged the first spells, not as tools of power, but as expressions of fundamental truths about the nature of reality. The Sarok understood, perhaps better than any other creator race, that their time of dominance would not last forever. They saw, in the patterns of cosmic force, the inevitability of change, the certainty that new forms of life would arise to inherit the world they were shaping. Rather than fighting this inevitability, they embraced it, focusing their efforts on preserving the knowledge that would be needed by future civilizations to avoid the mistakes of the past. Their great libraries, hidden in chambers that existed partially outside normal space and time, became repositories of wisdom that would influence the development of magic and learning throughout all subsequent ages. Though the Sarok themselves would eventually fade into legend, their intellectual legacy would endure, surfacing in the discoveries of elven high mages, human arcanists, and scholars of every race who struggled to understand the fundamental principles governing reality. The interactions between these creator races during the Days of Thunder established the patterns that would govern the relationship between different peoples throughout the history of the Forgotten Realms. The dragon's approach to conflict resolution, direct, dramatic, and often destructive, would be echoed in the warrior cultures of humans and orcs. The giant's emphasis on craftsmanship and responsibility would find expression in the civilizations of dwarves and halflings. The Sarok's dedication to knowledge and understanding would inspire the scholarly traditions of elves and gnomes. But perhaps more importantly, the creator races established the fundamental principle that power without wisdom leads inevitably to destruction. The dragons who sought only to dominate found their empires crumbling into endless warfare, The giants who forgot their responsibility to future generations saw their great works reduced to ruins. The Sarek who became too absorbed in abstract knowledge lost touch with the physical world they were meant to understand. The days of thunder ended not with any great catastrophe, but with a gradual recognition among the creator races that their time as the dominant forces on Netheril was drawing to a close. The world they had shaped was ready for new forms of life, new approaches to the challenges of existence, new solutions to the eternal questions of how power should be exercised and how civilizations should be built. As the creator races retreated into their respective domains, dragons to their lairs, giants to their mountain strongholds, Saruk to their hidden libraries, they left behind a world transformed by their choices. The landscape bore the marks of their craftsmanship, the magical currents flowed along paths they had established, and the very air resonated with the echoes of their great works. But more than physical changes, they had established the intellectual and spiritual foundations upon which all future civilizations would build. The thunder of creation had spoken, its echoes rolling across the ages like a promise and a warning combined. The promise was that intelligence and will, properly applied, could transform the world into something magnificent and enduring. The warning was that such transformation carried with it the responsibility to consider not just immediate needs, but the needs of generations yet to come. The creator races had learned this lesson through trial and error, through triumph and failure, and had encoded it into the very structure of the reality they were bequeathing to their successors. As the age drew to its close, the first of the younger races began to stir in the places the creator races had prepared for them. Elves awakened in forests shaped by dragon magic, dwarves emerged from caverns carved by giant hands, and humans took their first steps along roads laid down by Sarek wisdom. Each would face the same fundamental questions that had challenged their predecessors. How should power be used? What responsibilities come with intelligence? How can the needs of the present be balanced against the welfare of the future? The answers they would find would be their own, shaped by their unique perspectives and capabilities. But the framework within which they would seek those answers had been established during the days of thunder, when the creator races learned through hard experience that the greatest inheritance they could leave was not a world shaped to their own desires, but a world prepared for whatever dreams their successors might dare to dream. Chapter 3. The Crown Wars. Pride, they say, is the only sin that feels like virtue while it destroys everything it touches, and nowhere in the annals of history has this truth been more tragically demonstrated than in the endless conflicts that consumed elven civilization for over 3,000 years. The Crown Wars were not mere political struggles or territorial disputes, but a systematic dismantling of everything the elves had built, carried out by the elves themselves in the name of honor, tradition, and racial purity. What began as a noble attempt to preserve the best of elven culture became a holocaust that nearly destroyed that culture entirely. In the early days of elven ascendancy, when the creator races had withdrawn to their distant realms and left the surface world to younger peoples, the elves seemed destined to inherit the wisdom and responsibility that the Sarek, giants, and dragons had abdicated. They possessed lifespans measured in centuries rather than decades, giving them the perspective to think in terms of ages rather than moments. Their innate connection to magic allowed them to shape reality with a subtlety and precision that surpassed even the crude power of their predecessors. Most importantly, they had developed a sophisticated understanding of harmony, the delicate balance between individual desire and collective need that the creator races had never quite mastered. The first great elven realm, Erivandar, embodied these virtues in their purest form. Established in what would later become the High Forest, Erivandar was less a kingdom than a work of art, a civilization where every aspect of life had been carefully crafted to exist in perfect harmony with both the natural world and the cosmic forces that governed magic. The cities of Erivandar were grown rather than built, shaped from living trees whose branches formed graceful spirals reaching toward the sky. The roads were rivers of starlight captured in crystal and set into the earth. providing illumination that waxed and waned with the phases of the moon. The government of Arivandar was based on the concept of consensus through contemplation. Major decisions were made, not by vote or decree, but through extended meditation sessions, in which the wisest and most experienced elves would attune themselves to the deeper currents of fate and fortune. This process could take years or even decades, but the results were policies that seemed to flow naturally from the fundamental principles governing reality itself. War was virtually unknown, crime was nearly non-existent, and the arts flourished to heights that would never again be equaled in any mortal civilization. But perfection, as the elves would learn to their sorrow, contains within itself the seeds of its own destruction. The very harmony that made Arivandar so magnificent also made it fragile, dependent on the continued cooperation of individuals who had never learned to handle disagreement or conflict. When the first serious disputes arose, initially over seemingly trivial matters of artistic interpretation and cultural emphasis, the consensus-based system that had served so well in times of agreement proved utterly inadequate to address fundamental divisions of opinion and belief. The root of the crisis lay in the question of what it meant to be truly elven. The Moon Elves of Arivandar had developed a philosophy of integration, believing that elven culture should evolve through contact with other peoples and adaptation to changing circumstances. They welcomed refugees from the declining creator races, established trade relationships with emerging human kingdoms, and actively sought to learn from the wisdom of dragons and giants. This approach had brought great prosperity and cultural richness to Arivandar, but it had also introduced foreign influences that some elves viewed as corrupting and dangerous. The Sun Elves, concentrated in the southern reaches of the realm, developed an opposing philosophy of preservation. They argued that elven culture represented the highest achievement of mortal civilization, a perfect synthesis of natural harmony and magical understanding that should be protected from contamination by lesser influences. They pointed to the decline of the creator races as evidence of what happened when great civilizations allowed themselves to be diluted by contact with inferiors, and they demanded increasingly strict measures to maintain what they saw as essential elven purity. For centuries, this philosophical divide remained a source of creative tension rather than destructive conflict. The integration advocates and the preservation purists engaged in elaborate debates that produced magnificent works of art, literature, and magical research. The competition between their approaches drove both factions to ever greater achievements, each trying to prove the superiority of their vision through the excellence of their accomplishments. But as the human kingdoms grew stronger and more numerous, and as other young races began to establish their own claims to territories the elves had considered eternally their own, the stakes of the debate began to escalate. The preservationists argued that decisive action was needed to protect elven lands from encroachment, while the integrationists insisted that cooperation and accommodation would serve elven interests better than confrontation. What had once been an intellectual disagreement became a visceral conflict over the very survival of elven civilization. The transformation of philosophical difference into racial hatred was gradual but inexorable. The Sun Elves began to characterize the Moon Elves not merely as misguided, but as traitors to their own people, corrupted by foreign influences, and no longer truly elven in any meaningful sense. The Moon Elves responded by portraying the Sun Elves as fanatics and extremists, so obsessed with an impossible ideal of purity that they had lost touch with the practical realities of existence in a changing world. The First Crown War erupted over a seemingly minor incident, a dispute about the proper way to commemorate a religious festival that had different meanings for different elven subcultures. But by this time, both sides had armed themselves with magical weapons and recruited allies from among the creatures they had once ruled as benevolent overlords. What began as a riot in the capital city of Arivandar spread within months into a conflict that engulfed the entire realm and would continue, with brief interludes of exhausted peace, for the next 3 millennia. The weapons used in the Crown Wars were works of art as much as instruments of destruction, swords that could cut through time itself, bows that fired arrows of crystallized sunlight, armor woven from shadows and starlight that could turn aside any physical blow. The battles themselves resembled elaborate dances as much as military engagements, with opposing armies of elves moving in perfect formation through choreographed maneuvers that had been rehearsed for decades or even centuries. But beneath the aesthetic beauty of elven warfare lay a cruelty that surpassed anything the crude human kingdoms could have imagined. Elven magic could preserve consciousness while destroying the body, could trap souls in eternal torment, could erase not just the victim but all memory that the victim had ever existed. The preservationist faction, in particular, developed increasingly sophisticated methods of what they called purification, magical techniques designed to identify and eliminate any trace of foreign influence, no matter how ancient or how minor. The Moon Elves of Myaratar, who had split from Arivandar early in the conflict to establish their own realm based on integrationist principles, found themselves caught between the extremes of Sun Elf fanaticism and the growing resentment of human kingdoms that viewed all elves as arrogant oppressors. Their attempts to maintain neutrality only convinced both sides that they were secretly working for the enemy, and Myaratar became a battlefield where preservationists and integrationists fought proxy wars using human, orcish, and demonic allies. The transformation of the Dark Disaster marked the point at which the Crown Wars moved beyond mere political conflict into the realm of cosmic horror. The Sun Elf High Mages of Arivandar, frustrated by their inability to achieve decisive victory through conventional means, attempted to use a modified version of the magic that had once destroyed Netheril to transform the entire realm of Myaratar into a desert wasteland where no foreign influence could ever take root. The ritual succeeded beyond their darkest expectations, creating the High Moor, a barren expanse where nothing could grow and no life could flourish. But the cost of this victory was the destruction of everything the preservationists had claimed to be fighting to protect. The magic required for the Dark Disaster consumed most of the Sun Elf leadership and permanently corrupted the magical environment of the entire region. Worse still, the obvious evil of their actions turned public opinion throughout the elven realms against them, transforming them from heroes of racial purity into pariahs whose very existence was seen as a contamination of elven honor. The subsequent Crown Wars became increasingly desperate and incoherent, fought not for any clear political goal, but simply because the accumulated hatred and trauma of millennia of conflict had made peace impossible to imagine. Entire elven lineages devoted themselves to feuds that had begun before their great-grandparents were born. Ancient alliances and enmities were passed down like heirlooms, becoming more precious to their inheritors than life itself. The Green Elves, who had remained largely neutral throughout the early phases of the conflict, found themselves drawn into the violence as their woodland realms became battlegrounds for forces they had no part in creating. The Aquatic Elves retreated entirely to their underwater cities, severing all contact with their surface-dwelling cousins and establishing a tradition of isolation that would endure for thousands of years. The few remaining communities of the creator races watched in horror as the people they had hoped would succeed them as guardians of civilization tore themselves apart in an orgy of fratricidal violence. The end of the Crown Wars came not through victory or peace treaty, but through simple exhaustion. After 3,000 years of nearly continuous warfare, the elven population had declined to a fraction of its former numbers. The magical knowledge that had made elven civilization great had been either lost or deliberately destroyed to prevent it from falling into enemy hands. The great cities had been reduced to ruins, the ancient forests had been burned or blighted, and the survivors were scattered across the continent in isolated enclaves that had little contact with one another. The few elven scholars who attempted to document the history of the Crown Wars faced an almost impossible task. So much had been deliberately destroyed, so many records had been lost or corrupted, and so many survivors were too traumatized to speak coherently about their experiences, that the true scope of the catastrophe could only be estimated. What was clear was that the elves had succeeded in destroying everything they had fought to preserve, leaving behind only fragments of their former greatness, and an abiding lesson about the dangers of allowing philosophical differences to harden into racial hatred. The legacy of the Crown Wars would haunt elven civilization for millennia to come. The distrust between different elven subcultures never entirely disappeared, surfacing periodically in political crises and cultural conflicts. The magical techniques developed during the wars were so destructive that most elven communities banned their study entirely, creating gaps in magical knowledge that would never be fully recovered. Most tragically, the confident optimism that had characterized early elven civilization was replaced by a defensive pessimism that viewed change as inherently dangerous and contact with other peoples as inevitably corrupting. Yet from the ashes of this catastrophe, some wisdom emerged. The surviving elves learned to value diversity within their own culture, recognizing that the attempt to enforce absolute uniformity had led directly to the conflicts that nearly destroyed them. They developed new forms of government based on compromise rather than consensus, accepting that perfect harmony was less important than functional cooperation. Most importantly, they abandoned the fatal pride that had convinced them they were naturally superior to other peoples, adopting instead a more humble recognition of their own fallibility and limitations. The Crown Wars stand as history's most complete demonstration of how the pursuit of racial purity, no matter how noble its stated intentions, inevitably leads to the destruction of everything it claims to protect. The elves who fought these wars believed they were heroes defending their culture against contamination and decline. In reality, they were the agents of that culture's near-complete annihilation, proving that the greatest enemies of any civilization are not foreign invaders, but the internal divisions that convince people to destroy their neighbors in the name of preserving their values. Chapter 4. The Rise of Netheril. There exists a moment in the life of every civilization when it must choose between wisdom and power, between the patient cultivation of knowledge and the intoxicating pursuit of dominion over the very forces that govern reality. For most peoples, this choice comes gradually, allowing time for reflection and the tempering influence of hard-earned experience. But for the humans of ancient Netheril, the choice arrived suddenly and completely, wrapped in scrolls of golden parchment that promised unlimited magical power to a people barely emerged from barbarism. Their response to that moment would define not only their own destiny, but the very nature of human ambition for all ages to come. The Netherese began as nothing more than a loose confederation of fishing villages scattered along the shores of the narrow sea. Their lives governed by the simple rhythms of tide and season, birth and death. They possessed no great destiny, no prophetic calling, no divine mandate to reshape the world according to their vision. They were, in the words of contemporary elven observers, a young race of brief lives and boundless curiosity, which, as history would prove, was both their greatest strength and their ultimate weakness. What transformed these humble fishing folk into the masters of the most powerful magical empire in recorded history was not any innate superiority or special blessing from the gods, but a simple accident of timing and geography. In the depths of the desert that would later bear their name, 7 scrolls of impossible antiquity lay buried beneath the shifting sands, artifacts of the Saruk Empire that had governed magic before the current age of the world had even begun. These were the Nether Scrolls, repositories of magical knowledge so fundamental and comprehensive that they contained within their golden text the very equations by which reality operated. The discovery of the scrolls was made not by Netherese explorers or treasure hunters, but by a simple fisherman named Ayalam, who had been driven inland by storms and found himself lost in the vast emptiness of the Anorok desert, half dead from thirst and exposure, delirious from the desert heat. He stumbled upon the ruins of an ancient Saruk laboratory and found the scrolls wrapped in materials that had preserved them across eons of abandonment. To his untrained eyes, they appeared to be nothing more than oddly decorated parchments covered with incomprehensible symbols. It was only when Ayalam returned to his village and showed the scrolls to the local hedge wizard, a minor practitioner of cantrips and village magic, that their true nature began to be understood. The wizard, whose name has been lost to history, recognized the symbols as magical notation of unprecedented sophistication and complexity. But even he could not have imagined that he was looking at the fundamental source code of reality itself, the master equations that governed the relationship between thought and matter, between will and world. The transformation of Netheril's society began slowly, almost imperceptibly. The village wizard translated small portions of the scrolls, sharing his discoveries with a growing circle of students and collaborators. Simple spells that had required hours of preparation and expensive material components could suddenly be cast with a few gestures and a properly understood incantation. Magical effects that had been considered impossible by human wizards, the creation of permanent enchantments, the manipulation of elemental forces, the bending of space and time, became routine exercises for anyone with sufficient dedication to master the principles revealed in the ancient texts. But as the knowledge spread, so did the ambition of those who possessed it. Ulam, who had begun as a simple fisherman, found himself elevated to the status of an arcane genius, his natural intelligence amplified by magical enhancements that allowed him to comprehend concepts that would have driven lesser minds to madness. He gathered around himself a circle of the most brilliant magical researchers of his generation, scholars who abandoned their previous studies to focus entirely on unlocking the secrets contained within the Nether Scrolls. The first great breakthrough came when the researchers learned to combine multiple scroll-derived spells into single effects of unprecedented power and complexity. They discovered that magic was not merely a collection of discrete techniques, but a unified system governed by underlying principles that could be manipulated through proper understanding of mathematical relationships and cosmic harmonies. This revelation opened up possibilities that no human had ever imagined, and the Netheris threw themselves into exploring these possibilities with the passionate intensity that would characterize their entire civilization. Within a single generation, the scattered fishing villages had been transformed into a unified kingdom ruled by magical principles rather than traditional political structures. The most powerful wizards became the natural leaders of society, their authority based not on birth or wealth, but on their mastery of the forces that governed reality itself. Cities rose from the earth through purely magical means, their architecture defying conventional understanding of physics and engineering. Roads of crystallized light connected distant settlements, allowing for instantaneous travel across vast distances. The establishment of the floating cities marked the moment when Netheril's ambition truly began to exceed the bounds of wisdom. Having mastered the fundamental principles of levitation and gravitational manipulation, the archmages decided that their greatest achievements should be literally elevated above the mundane world, suspended in the sky as eternal monuments to human ingenuity and magical prowess. The first floating city, raised through the combined efforts of dozens of archmages working in perfect coordination, was a wonder that drew visitors from across the known world. But the floating cities were more than mere displays of magical virtuosity. They represented a fundamental shift in how the Netheris understood their relationship to the world around them. No longer content to work within the constraints of natural law, they had positioned themselves literally above the earth, viewing the surface world as a laboratory for their experiments, rather than a home to be cherished and protected. From their aerial vantage point, the concerns of non-magical peoples seemed as distant and insignificant as the activities of insects. This disconnection from earthbound reality accelerated as the generations passed and new discoveries emerged from continued study of the Nether Scrolls. The archmages learned to extend their lifespans far beyond natural limits, giving them centuries to pursue ever more ambitious magical projects. They developed techniques for reshaping matter at the molecular level, creating entirely new forms of life and transforming vast regions of landscape according to their aesthetic preferences. They established contact with beings from other planes of existence, learning secrets that expanded their understanding of magic beyond anything previously achieved by mortal wizards. But with each new breakthrough, each expansion of their capabilities, the Netheris moved further away from the humble wisdom that had characterized their early development. The floating cities became increasingly isolated from the surface world, their inhabitants losing touch with the practical concerns and moral constraints that had once guided their civilization. The archmages began to view themselves not as particularly talented humans, but as beings fundamentally superior to their earthbound contemporaries, destined to transcend the limitations of mortality itself. The pursuit of immortality became the driving obsession of Netheril's magical research, consuming resources and attention that might otherwise have been devoted to more practical applications of their knowledge. The archmages developed increasingly elaborate theories about the nature of divinity, convinced that the gods were merely mortals who had discovered the ultimate magical secrets. If the gods could achieve immortality and cosmic power through magical means, they reasoned, then sufficiently advanced human wizards should be able to accomplish the same transformation. This line of thinking led inevitably to attempts to challenge the gods directly, to prove human superiority through demonstrations of magical power that exceeded even divine capabilities. The archmages began to experiment with magic that touched upon the fundamental forces that govern the cosmos: time, space, life, death, and the very essence of reality itself. They convinced themselves that their advanced understanding of magical principles gave them the right, and indeed the responsibility, to reshape the cosmic order according to human needs and desires. The rise of Karsus represented the ultimate expression of Netheril's arrogance and ambition. Born into a civilization that had already mastered most forms of conventional magic, Karsus grew up believing that there were no limits to what properly applied magical knowledge could accomplish. His natural genius was enhanced by magical techniques that pushed human intelligence far beyond its normal boundaries, allowing him to comprehend magical concepts that had been considered impossibly advanced even by the standards of his own age. Karsus became obsessed with creating what he called the ultimate spell, a magical effect so powerful and comprehensive that it would establish human wizards as the equals of the gods themselves. He devoted decades to this project, drawing upon every scrap of knowledge contained in the Nether Scrolls and expanding upon it through his own theoretical innovations. The spell he finally created was intended to temporarily steal the divine essence of a god, granting the caster godlike power for long enough to demonstrate human magical superiority. The target Karsus chose for his ultimate spell was Mistral, the goddess of magic herself, a choice that demonstrated the complete disconnection from wisdom that had come to characterize Netheril's thinking. By attempting to steal the divine essence of the deity, who governed all magical activity, Karsus was essentially trying to take control of the fundamental force that maintained the stability of reality itself. The spell succeeded, after a fashion for a brief moment. Karsus did possess the divine power of the goddess of magic. But divine power, as the Netherese learned too late, is not simply enhanced mortal ability. It carries with it responsibilities and constraints that mortal minds cannot comprehend. Cosmic duties that require knowledge and wisdom accumulated over eons of divine existence. Karsus, for all his magical genius, was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming complexity of managing the magical forces that kept reality stable. In the few moments that he possessed divine power, the magical system that supported all of Netheril's civilization began to collapse under the weight of his inexperience. The fall of the floating cities was not gradual or partial but complete and instantaneous. Every piece of magic that depended upon the weave, which is to say virtually all Netheril's magic, suddenly ceased to function as the goddess Mistral sacrificed herself to prevent the complete unraveling of reality. The great flying citadels, held aloft by magical forces that no longer existed, plummeted from the sky like stones, crushing the earthbound settlements below and creating the wasteland that would become known as the Anorok Desert. In a single day, the most magically advanced civilization in human history was reduced to scattered ruins and traumatized survivors. The Nether Scrolls themselves, the source of all Netheril's achievement, crumbled to dust as the magical forces that had preserved them for millennia suddenly vanished. The accumulated knowledge of centuries of magical research was lost, leaving the few survivors to face a world where magic itself had become unreliable and dangerous. The destruction of Netheril sent shockwaves throughout the civilized world that extended far beyond the immediate physical devastation. The demonstration that even the most advanced magical civilization could be destroyed in an instant by its own ambition served as a warning to every culture that had begun to view magic as a tool for unlimited power rather than a force requiring careful respect and restraint. The elves, already traumatized by their own crown wars, saw in Netheril's fall a confirmation of their growing belief that the pursuit of magical advancement inevitably led to catastrophe. But perhaps the most profound impact of Netheril's destruction was on human civilization itself. The scattered survivors carried with them not only the trauma of witnessing their entire world destroyed, but also a hard-earned understanding of the dangers inherent in unchecked magical ambition. These refugees would go on to found new kingdoms and establish new magical traditions, but they would do so with a humility and caution that had been utterly lacking in their Netherese ancestors. The legacy of Netheril would endure in the collective memory of human civilization as both an inspiration and a warning. The achievements of the Archmages, their mastery of fundamental magical principles, their creation of wonders that defied conventional understanding, their brief demonstration that human intelligence could comprehend and manipulate the deepest secrets of reality, proved that humanity possessed the potential for greatness beyond anything previously imagined. But their fall demonstrated with equal clarity that potential without wisdom, power without restraint, and ambition without humility inevitably led to destruction. In the end, the rise and fall of Netheril established the template that would govern human magical development for all subsequent ages. Every human wizard who studied the arcane arts would be taught the story of Karsus and his ultimate spell, learning to approach magic with the respect and caution that comes from understanding the consequences of overreach. The floating cities would be remembered not as impossible dreams, but as warnings about the dangers of disconnecting magical power from moral responsibility. And in the deep desert where the greatest of human magical achievements had once soared through the sky, the ruins would remain a silent testimony to a truth that every subsequent civilization would have to learn anew, that the line between apotheosis and annihilation is far thinner than any mortal mind can comprehend, and that crossing it requires not just power and knowledge, but wisdom beyond mortal capacity to achieve. Chapter 5. The Fall of Myth Drannor. Hope, when nurtured in the hearts of the wise, can heal the deepest wounds and bridge the most ancient divisions. But when that same hope is twisted into desperate defiance against the natural order of things, it becomes the very force that destroys what it seeks to preserve. In the chronicles of loss and redemption that mark the history of the Forgotten Realms, no tale illustrates this tragic paradox more completely than the rise and fall of Myth Drannor, the last great elven city, whose very name has become synonymous with both the highest aspirations of mortal civilization and the inevitable price of reaching too far toward an impossible dream. In the aftermath of the Crown Wars, when elven civilization lay shattered across the continent like the fragments of a broken mirror, most observers believed that the age of elven dominance had ended forever. The great cities had been reduced to ruins, the ancient forests had been blighted by magical warfare, and the survivors had retreated into isolated enclaves, where they nursed their wounds and tried to forget the glories they had lost. The other races of the world, humans ascending to prominence, dwarves emerging from their mountain strongholds, halflings establishing their peaceful communities, looked upon the diminished elves with a mixture of pity and relief, assuming that this ancient people would fade into legend, like the creator races before them. But among the scattered remnants of elven society, a different vision began to take shape. A small group of survivors, led by the visionary priest Eltargrim Irithel, refused to accept that the Crown Wars represented the final chapter of elven achievement. They believed that the catastrophic conflicts had taught the elves essential lessons about the dangers of racial purity and cultural isolation, lessons that could serve as the foundation for a new kind of elven civilization, one that would embrace diversity rather than fear it, that would seek strength through cooperation rather than dominance through separation. Eltargrim's vision was radical beyond anything previously conceived in elven society. he proposed the creation of a city that would welcome not only all varieties of elves, but members of every sentient race, a place where the accumulated wisdom of different peoples could be combined to create something greater than any single culture could achieve alone. This city would be a living demonstration that the lessons of the Crown Wars had been learned, that elves could move beyond the destructive pride that had nearly destroyed them, and become partners with other races in building a truly cosmopolitan civilization. The site chosen for this unprecedented experiment was an ancient grove in the heart of the Cormanthor forest, a place of such natural beauty and magical potency that it seemed to have been preserved by the gods themselves for some special purpose. The trees here had grown in perfect spirals reaching toward the sky, their branches intertwining to form natural archways and galleries that suggested architectural possibilities beyond conventional imagination. Springs of pure water bubbled up from the earth, and the very air shimmered with barely contained magical energy that responded to the thoughts and emotions of those who walked among the ancient oaks. The construction of Drannor, for so the city came to be known, meaning Ford of Dreams in the ancient Elven tongue, was itself a demonstration of the principles upon which it was founded. Elven architects worked alongside dwarven stonemasons, human engineers collaborated with halfling gardeners, and representatives of dozens of other races contributed their unique skills and perspectives to the project. The city that emerged from their combined efforts was unlike anything previously seen in the world, a seamless fusion of grown and built, natural and artificial, traditional and innovative. The buildings of Drannor were living entities, trees whose growth had been guided and shaped through a combination of elven plant-shaping magic and dwarven understanding of structural engineering. The streets were streams of crystallized moonlight that provided illumination without casting shadows, allowing for the complex interplay of light and darkness that elven aesthetics demanded, while accommodating the preferences of races that required more reliable sources of visibility. The great libraries contained not only scrolls and books, but living memory crystals that could preserve the thoughts and experiences of their creators, allowing future generations to learn not just facts but the emotional and intellectual context in which those facts had been discovered. But the true marvel of Drannor was not its architecture but its society. For the first time in recorded history, members of traditionally hostile races lived and worked together in genuine partnership rather than merely coexisting in uneasy truce. Human and elven children played together in the crystal gardens, dwarven smiths taught their techniques to elven craftsmen, halfling cooks incorporated exotic spices brought by human traders into traditional elven recipes. The barriers of language, custom, and prejudice that had divided the races for millennia began to dissolve in the face of shared purpose and mutual respect. The magical achievements of Drannor surpassed even those of ancient Netheril, but they were accomplished through cooperation rather than individual ambition. Teams of researchers that included members of multiple races developed new forms of magic that combined the intuitive nature bonding of elves with the systematic methodology of humans, the practical craftsmanship of dwarves, and the healing wisdom of halflings. They created enchantments that could last for centuries without maintenance, transportation networks that allowed instantaneous travel between widely separated locations, and healing magic that could cure ailments that had been considered incurable since the dawn of civilization. The Mythal, the great protective enchantment that surrounded and permeated the entire city, represented the pinnacle of collaborative magical achievement. This ward was not simply a barrier against hostile forces, but a living entity that responded to the collective will and emotional state of Drannor's inhabitants. It enhanced beneficial magic while suppressing harmful effects, provided protection against both physical and magical attacks, and created an environment where the best aspects of each race's nature were encouraged, while their destructive impulses were gently constrained. For over 7 centuries, Drannor stood as proof that the divisions between races were not inevitable, that the conflicts that had marked so much of history were choices rather than natural laws. The city became a beacon of hope for progressives and idealists throughout the known world, a demonstration that cooperation could achieve what conquest never could. Pilgrims traveled from the furthest corners of the continent to see this miracle of integration and tolerance, and many chose to remain, adding their own unique contributions to the city's growing cultural complexity. But even as Myth Drannor flourished, forces were gathering that would test the strength of its ideals beyond anything its founders had imagined. The very success of the city had created enemies among those who profited from division and conflict. Traditionalist factions among all races viewed Myth Drannor as a threat to their own cultural purity and political authority. Human kingdoms worried that their own populations would be drawn away by the promise of greater freedom and opportunity. Elven purists, the spiritual descendants of those who had fought the Crown Wars, saw the city as a betrayal of everything elven civilization should represent. More dangerously, the magical achievements of Myth Drannor had attracted the attention of forces from beyond the material plane. Demons and devils saw in the city's integrated society a dangerous precedent that might inspire similar cooperation in the cosmic conflict between law and chaos, good and evil. If mortal races could learn to work together despite their differences, what might prevent them from eventually uniting against the forces of the lower planes? The city's very existence was a challenge to the cosmic order that relied on division and conflict to maintain the balance between opposing forces. The first signs of the coming catastrophe were subtle: increased demon activity in the surrounding forests, mysterious disappearances of travelers on the roads leading to the city, reports of strange nightmares experienced by the city's inhabitants. The ruling council of Myth Drannor, trained in the lessons of cooperation and compromise, initially attempted to address these problems through negotiation and magical defense rather than aggressive action. They believed that their mythal would protect them from any conceivable threat, and that their example of successful integration would eventually inspire even their enemies to abandon hostility in favor of peaceful coexistence. This optimism proved tragically misplaced when the army of darkness began to gather in the deep forests beyond the city's protective enchantments. Led by demon lords whose hatred of mortal cooperation exceeded even their mutual animosity, this force represented an alliance of evil that was itself a dark mirror of Myth Drannor's achievements. Demons worked alongside devils, orc tribes united with goblin clans, and corrupted representatives of every race that had found harmony in the city, joined together in their determination to destroy what they saw as an affront to the natural order of conflict and domination. The siege of Myth Drannor lasted for 3 years, during which the city's defenders discovered that their greatest strength, their commitment to preserving life and avoiding unnecessary conflict, was also their greatest weakness when facing enemies who recognized no moral constraints. The army of darkness employed tactics of deliberate cruelty, designed not just to win military victory, but to break the spirit of cooperation that held the city together. They targeted non-combatants, desecrated sacred sites, and used corrupted magic to turn the city's own defensive systems against its inhabitants. The final assault came when the demon lords succeeded in breaking through the mythal itself, not through superior force, but through exploitation of the very diversity that had made the city great. By simultaneously attacking from multiple planes of existence, using techniques derived from each of the city's constituent cultures, they created a resonance effect that overwhelmed the protective enchantment's ability to adapt and respond. For the first time in its history, Myth Drannor found itself defenseless against its enemies. The fall of the city was swift and complete. The carefully tended groves were burned, the crystal streams were shattered, and the living buildings were corrupted into twisted mockeries of their former beauty. The inhabitants who could not escape were slaughtered, or worse, transformed into undead guardians of the ruins they had once called home. The great libraries were desecrated, their accumulated wisdom scattered to the winds or deliberately destroyed by enemies who understood that knowledge shared between races was more dangerous to their cause than any physical weapon. But perhaps the greatest tragedy was not the physical destruction but the spiritual devastation that followed. The survivors of Myth Drannor, scattered across the continent in the aftermath of the city's fall, carried with them not just the trauma of loss but a profound disillusionment with the ideals they had tried to live by. Many concluded that the experiment in integration had been doomed from the start, that the forces of division and hatred were simply too strong to be overcome by cooperation and good intentions. The fall of myth Drannor marked the end of an age in more ways than one. It was the last attempt by elven civilization to reclaim its former prominence, the final demonstration that the lessons of the Crown Wars could be transformed into positive action, rather than merely serving as warnings about what to avoid. Its destruction convinced many that the time of great cities and grand experiments was over, that the future belonged to smaller, more defensible communities that prioritized survival over idealism. Yet the memory of what myth Drannor had achieved during its 7 centuries of existence continued to inspire those who refused to accept that cooperation between races was impossible. The refugees who had escaped the city's destruction carried with them not only the trauma of loss, but also the knowledge that integration could work, that the barriers between races were not insurmountable, and that the dream of a truly cosmopolitan civilization remained worth pursuing despite the terrible cost of failure. In the ruins of the city, now haunted by the undead remnants of its former inhabitants, the mythal still functioned in corrupted form, its protective magic twisted into a trap that ensured no one could claim the site for their own purposes. The very spells that had once celebrated the unity of different races now served as guardians against any who might attempt to restore what had been lost, creating a bitter irony that the city's greatest achievement had become the instrument of its eternal isolation. The fall of myth Drannor stands as history's most poignant reminder that good intentions and noble ideals, no matter how sincerely held or carefully implemented, are not sufficient protection against the forces of hatred and division that lurk in the darkest corners of every mortal heart. Yet it also serves as proof that such ideals are worth pursuing despite the risks, that the brief shining moment when different peoples can transcend their differences and work together in genuine partnership justifies the attempt even when it ends in tragedy. For in the end, myth Drannor's true legacy lies not in the ruins that mark its physical location, but in the memory of what it achieved during its centuries of glory. The demonstration that the ancient dream of unity between races is not merely possible but necessary if mortal civilization is to reach its full potential. The city fell, but the dream it embodied endures, waiting for another generation brave enough to attempt what their predecessors could not quite sustain, hoping that next time the forces of cooperation will prove stronger than the powers of destruction that brought low the Ford of Dreams. Chapter 6. The Time of Troubles. When gods walk among mortals, the very foundations of reality tremble, not from the weight of divine footsteps, but from the fundamental violation of cosmic order that such presence represents. The time of troubles stands as the most catastrophic disruption of the natural relationship between divine and mortal realms in recorded history. A year when the carefully maintained barriers between planes of existence collapsed entirely, forcing beings of infinite power to experience the limitations of mortal flesh, while granting mortals access to powers that were never meant for finite minds to comprehend. The crisis that would reshape the pantheon and redefine the nature of faith itself began not with any great cosmic war or primordial awakening, but with what appeared to be a simple theft. Lord Ao, the overgod whose authority transcended even the mightiest deities, discovered that the tablets of fate, artifacts containing the fundamental laws that governed divine authority and cosmic order, had been stolen from his celestial stronghold. These tablets were not mere symbols of power, but the actual source code of divine existence, containing the rules that determined which beings could claim godhood and what responsibilities came with such status. The theft itself was audacious beyond comprehension, requiring not only incredible power, but intimate knowledge of cosmic law and divine psychology. The perpetrators had somehow infiltrated the most secure location in all of existence, bypassed defenses that had protected the tablets since the dawn of creation, and escaped with artifacts whose very touch should have destroyed any being lacking the authority to handle them. The implications were staggering. If the tablets of fate could be stolen, then the entire structure of divine authority was far more fragile than anyone had imagined. Lord O's response was swift and absolute. Rather than attempting to track down the thieves through conventional means, he issued an ultimatum that shook the foundations of every plane of existence. The stolen tablets must be recovered and returned, or every deity in the pantheon would be stripped of their divine status and cast down to the mortal realm until the crisis was resolved. It was a decree that demonstrated the true scope of the Overgod's authority, power so vast that even the mightiest gods were subject to his will, their divine nature contingent upon his continued approval, rather than any inherent right to cosmic authority. The gods' initial reaction was a mixture of outrage and disbelief. Deities who had wielded ultimate power for millennia found it difficult to accept that their authority could be revoked so casually, that their divine nature was not an eternal constant, but a privilege that could be withdrawn. Some attempted to resist the Overgod's decree, marshalling their cosmic forces in defiance of his will. Others sought to negotiate, offering alternative solutions that would restore the tablets without requiring their exile to the mortal plane. A few, perhaps wiser than their peers, began preparing for the inevitable descent that Ao's ultimatum made clear would come to pass. When the appointed deadline arrived and the tablets remained missing, Lord Ao carried out his threat with an inexorability that proved the futility of divine resistance to his will. In a single cosmic moment that sent shockwaves across every plane of existence, the entire pantheon was stripped of their celestial forms and hurled down to the mortal realm of Toril. Gods who had never known physical limitation suddenly found themselves trapped in flesh that could be wounded, in minds that could be confused, in hearts that could feel the full range of mortal emotions without the cosmic perspective that had once made such feelings manageable. The arrival of the gods on Toril was marked by catastrophic events that defied mortal comprehension. Where Tyr, the god of justice, materialized, the very landscape rearranged itself to reflect perfect moral order. Criminals found themselves unable to speak lies, while the innocent were surrounded by auras of protective light. Tempus, the god of war, arrived in the midst of a battlefield where his presence turned a minor skirmish into a conflict of such epic proportions that the ground itself became permanently stained with the blood of heroes. Maestra, the goddess of magic, manifested near the ruins of ancient Netheril, and her divine anguish at being severed from the weave caused wild magic surges that transformed entire regions into zones where reality itself functioned according to altered principles. But perhaps no divine descent caused more immediate chaos than that of Bane, the god of strife and tyranny, whose mortal form retained enough of his divine malevolence to begin systematically conquering and corrupting everything within his reach. Unlike his fellow deities, who struggled to adapt to mortal limitations while maintaining some semblance of their divine character, Bane embraced the opportunity to exercise power through direct physical action rather than divine influence. He gathered armies of worshippers and monsters, established a reign of terror across vast territories, and began working toward the conquest of all Toril as a stepping stone to reclaiming and expanding his divine authority. The mortals of Toril found themselves caught in the middle of conflicts whose scope and intensity exceeded anything in their previous experience. Priests discovered that their spells no longer functioned reliably, as their deities were no longer in position to grant divine magic in the traditional manner. Magic itself became unpredictable and dangerous, with spells sometimes failing entirely and other times producing effects far beyond what their casters had intended. The careful balance of power between nations was shattered, as some rulers found themselves with divine beings as allies, while others faced enemies whose capabilities transcended anything mortal armies could hope to match. The psychological impact on both gods and mortals proved as devastating as the physical chaos. Deities who had spent eons viewing mortal concerns with benevolent detachment suddenly found themselves subject to hunger, thirst, fatigue, and pain. They experienced fear, anger, and despair with an intensity that their divine nature had never allowed, and many struggled to maintain their sanity in the face of emotions that felt overwhelming without the cosmic perspective that had once provided context and control. Some gods went mad from the experience, their divine minds unable to adapt to the constraints of mortal existence. Mortals, meanwhile, discovered that the objects of their worship were not the remote, perfect beings they had imagined, but flawed individuals capable of petty jealousies, irrational fears, and catastrophic mistakes. Priests found their faith tested not by doubt about their god's existence, but by first-hand evidence of their god's limitations and imperfections. The discovery that divine beings could be wounded, could be wrong, could act in ways that contradicted their own teachings, shattered theological assumptions that had guided religious thought for thousands of years. As the months passed, and the search for the tablets of fate continued, it became clear that the crisis was fundamentally changing the nature of both divine and mortal existence. Gods who had once been defined by their portfolio domains found themselves developing new aspects of personality and power based on their experiences in mortal form. Tyr's direct exposure to injustice and suffering made him more compassionate, but also more ruthless in his pursuit of perfect justice. Tempest discovered that experiencing battle from the perspective of a mortal warrior gave him a deeper understanding of courage and sacrifice that transformed his approach to warfare. The mortals who interacted directly with the fallen gods underwent their own transformations. Some were elevated by divine contact, gaining insights into the true nature of reality that would influence their actions for the rest of their lives. Others were broken by exposure to power and knowledge beyond mortal comprehension, their minds shattered by truths too vast for finite understanding. A few remarkable individuals managed to form genuine partnerships with the exiled deities, becoming the first of a new type of divine champion, whose authority derived not from worship but from personal relationship with godhood itself. The resolution of the crisis came through the actions of mortal heroes rather than divine intervention, a fact that would have profound implications for the relationship between gods and mortals in all subsequent ages. A group of adventurers, working with knowledge gained from their interactions with the fallen deities, managed to track down and recover the stolen tablets of fate. The identity of the original thieves was revealed to be Cyric and Kelemvor, mortals who had gained sufficient power to challenge the cosmic order, but lacked the wisdom to understand the consequences of their actions. The return of the tablets to Lord Au marked the beginning of the end of the time of troubles, but not a simple restoration of the previous cosmic order. The Overgod, having observed the chaos that resulted from the exile of the gods, implemented fundamental changes to the divine hierarchy that would prevent similar crises in the future. Some deities who had proven themselves during the trials were elevated to greater authority, while others who had failed to maintain their divine character were stripped of their godhood permanently. The most dramatic changes involved the deaths and ascensions that occurred during the final resolution of the crisis. Bane, whose mortal form had been slain during his attempt at worldly conquest, was succeeded by Cyric, whose role in recovering the tablets had earned him divine status despite his previous crimes. Maestra sacrificed her mortal form to restore the stability of the weave, her divine essence merging with the fundamental forces of magic to ensure that future disruptions could never again threaten the basic functioning of reality. But the most profound transformation was in the relationship between gods and mortals themselves. The time of troubles had demonstrated that divine authority was not absolute, that gods were capable of error and growth, and that mortals possessed the potential to influence cosmic events through their own actions rather than simply serving as passive recipients of divine will. The hierarchical relationship that had characterized divine-mortal interaction since the dawn of civilization was replaced by something more complex and dynamic, a partnership in which both sides acknowledged their mutual dependence and shared responsibility for maintaining cosmic order. The theological implications of these revelations would influence religious thought for centuries to come. Priests could no longer teach that gods were perfect and unchanging, having witnessed their deities' struggles with mortal limitations and emotional turmoil. Worshippers learned that faith required not blind obedience but active participation in working toward divine goals that might themselves evolve based on changing circumstances and new understanding. The time of troubles also established precedents for divine accountability, that would shape future cosmic crises. Gods learned that their actions had consequences not just for mortals, but for the stability of reality itself, and that the authority they wielded came with responsibilities that extended beyond their individual portfolio domains. The demonstration that even divine beings could be held accountable for their choices created a new framework for cosmic justice that applied to all levels of existence. Perhaps most importantly, the crisis revealed the essential interconnectedness of divine and mortal realms. The attempt to steal the tablets of fate had been motivated by the belief that cosmic power could be seized and wielded without regard for the complex relationships that maintained universal stability. The chaos that resulted proved that no being, regardless of their individual power, could operate independently of the broader cosmic order without risking the destruction of everything they sought to control. The restoration of divine authority at the end of the time of troubles was thus not a return to the previous cosmic order, but the establishment of a new framework based on lessons learned during the year of chaos. Gods returned to their celestial realms with a deeper understanding of mortal experience and a greater appreciation for the responsibilities that came with divine authority. Mortals continued their earthly lives with the knowledge that they possessed the potential to influence cosmic events, and that their actions mattered not just in their immediate circumstances, but in the broader context of universal stability. The scars left by the time of troubles would never fully heal. The memory of gods walking among mortals, of divine fallibility exposed and cosmic authority challenged, became part of the fundamental character of the Forgotten Realms. But from those scars came a wisdom that made both divine and mortal existence richer and more meaningful, a recognition that the relationship between finite and infinite, mortal and divine, was not a hierarchy to be maintained, but a partnership to be continually renewed, through mutual respect and shared commitment to the preservation of all that exists. In the end, the time of troubles proved that even cosmic catastrophe could serve the cause of cosmic justice, that crisis could become the catalyst for growth and understanding that transcended anything that had existed before. The year when gods walked among mortals became the foundation for an age when mortals and gods would work together as partners in maintaining the delicate balance upon which all existence depends. Chapter 7. The Spellplague. There comes a moment in the history of every civilization when its greatest strength becomes its most fatal weakness, when the very foundations upon which all progress has been built reveal themselves to be as fragile as spider's silk in a hurricane. For the peoples of the Forgotten Realms, that moment arrived with a single act of divine murder that shattered not merely the life of a goddess, but the fundamental structure of reality itself, plunging the world into a century of chaos, so profound that when it finally ended, entire continents had been reshaped, and the very nature of existence had been permanently altered. The Spellplague began with an assassination that was both inevitable and impossible. The murder of Mustra, goddess of magic, by Sirik, the mad god of strife, acting in service to Shar, the goddess of darkness and loss. This was not a crime of passion or a spontaneous act of violence, but a carefully orchestrated cosmic catastrophe designed to achieve nothing less than the fundamental restructuring of reality according to principles of entropy and despair. Shar understood what others had failed to grasp, that in a world so thoroughly saturated with magical energy, the sudden cessation of that energy would create a cascade failure that would destroy everything mortals had built while clearing the way for a new order based on darkness and void. The method of Mystra's destruction was as elegant as it was horrifying. Sirik, driven mad by the contradictory nature of his portfolio domains, and manipulated by Shar's whispered promises of clarity and purpose, forged a sword from crystallized madness and divine hatred, a weapon that existed simultaneously in multiple planes of reality, and could therefore strike at targets that should have been beyond the reach of any physical attack. When this blade pierced Mystra's divine essence, it did not merely end her existence, but created a wound in the fabric of reality itself, a cosmic injury, through which the ordered structure of the weave began to hemorrhage into the chaos of the far realm. The immediate consequences were catastrophic beyond anything previously witnessed in the history of the realms. Every spell being cast at the moment of Mystra's death became a wild magic surge of unprecedented magnitude. Wizards attempting simple cantrips found themselves creating explosions that leveled city blocks. Priests calling upon divine magic discovered their prayers answered by alien entities from beyond the boundaries of known reality. Magical items that had functioned reliably for centuries began to malfunction in ways that defied all understanding of enchantment theory. But these immediate effects were merely the harbinger of horrors to come. As the hours passed, and the magnitude of the cosmic disruption became clear, it became apparent that the weave itself, the fundamental structure that organized magical energy throughout the cosmos, was unraveling like a tapestry whose central thread had been severed. Magic, which had been as reliable as gravity or the passage of time, became chaotic and unpredictable. Spells that should have produced healing instead caused disease. Transportation magic deposited travelers in random locations across multiple planes of existence. Protective enchantments transformed into curses that trapped their intended beneficiaries in nightmarish alternate realities. The regions most heavily dependent on magical infrastructure suffered the most immediate and devastating consequences. The great cities, whose entire economies were based on magical production and transportation, found themselves suddenly isolated, their populations trapped without the magical means of travel they had relied upon for generations. Floating castles plummeted from the sky as their levitation enchantments failed catastrophically. Underground settlements that depended on magical lighting were plunged into absolute darkness, their inhabitants forced to grope their way through tunnels that had been reshaped by chaotic magical forces into configurations that violated the basic principles of three-dimensional geometry. The political ramifications were equally severe. Kingdoms whose power had been based on their mastery of magic found themselves defenseless against neighbors who had maintained more traditional military forces. Trade networks that had connected continents through magical portals collapsed overnight, creating economic chaos that rippled through every level of society. Magical communication systems that had allowed for the coordination of vast empires simply ceased to function, leaving rulers unable to contact their distant provinces or coordinate responses to the crisis. But perhaps the most terrifying aspect of the Spellplague was its effect on the fundamental nature of reality itself. In regions where magical energy had been particularly concentrated, the collapse of the weave created what came to be known as plague lands, areas where the basic laws of physics no longer applied in consistent ways. Gravity might flow sideways or upward, time could move in loops or reverse direction, and matter itself might exist in multiple states simultaneously. These zones of chaotic reality expanded slowly but inexorably, consuming everything in their path and transforming familiar landscapes into alien vistas that challenged the sanity of anyone who attempted to traverse them. The living creatures caught within these zones of magical chaos underwent transformations that defied classification or understanding. Humans might find themselves partially merged with the landscape, their flesh becoming living stone or flowing water, while their consciousness remained trapped within bodies that no longer obeyed normal biological principles. Animals were transformed into creatures that existed partially in multiple dimensions, their forms shifting between different possible configurations with each passing moment. Plants grew in impossible directions, their roots extending into parallel dimensions, while their leaves absorbed light from suns that existed only in alternate realities. Spellcasters, ironically, suffered some of the worst effects of the magical catastrophe. Those who had devoted their lives to understanding and manipulating magical forces found themselves unable to cast even the simplest spells without risking their own destruction. Many went mad from the loss of abilities that had defined their entire sense of identity and purpose. Others became addicted to the chaotic magical energies of the plague lands, seeking ever more dangerous exposure to wild magic in desperate attempts to recapture the sense of power and control they had lost with Mystra's death. The divine response to the crisis was hampered by the fact that Mystra's death had disrupted the fundamental mechanisms by which gods granted power to their mortal followers. Priests found their connection to their deities weakened or severed entirely, their prayers answered with delay if at all. Divine magic, which had always been more stable than arcane magic, became almost as unreliable as wizardry, leaving the faithful without the spiritual comfort and practical assistance they had always been able to count upon in times of crisis. As months turned to years, and the initial shock of the catastrophe gave way to grim determination to survive in a world where magic could no longer be trusted, new forms of society began to emerge from the chaos. Communities that had survived the initial devastation learned to function without magical assistance, rediscovering technologies and techniques that had been abandoned in favor of more convenient magical solutions. Blacksmiths who had relied on fire elemental binding to heat their forges learned to work with conventional fuel sources. Healers who had depended entirely on magical remedies began to study the properties of mundane herbs and surgical techniques. But adaptation came at a terrible cost. The loss of magical healing meant that diseases and injuries that had been easily treatable became death sentences. The absence of magical communication systems meant that information traveled only as fast as the fastest horse or sailing ship, effectively fragmenting the world into isolated regions that had little knowledge of events beyond their immediate vicinity. The failure of magical preservation techniques meant that food shortages became famines, and that libraries containing thousands of years of accumulated knowledge crumbled to dust as their protective enchantments failed. The attempts to restore magical stability during the early years of the Spellplague often made the situation worse rather than better. Well-meaning wizards and priests attempted to create new structures to replace the failed weave, but their efforts typically resulted in localized magical disasters that created new plague lands or exacerbated existing ones. The few spells that could still be cast reliably were jealously guarded secrets, often leading to conflicts between magical practitioners who had once cooperated freely in the pursuit of knowledge. The social transformation that accompanied the magical crisis was as profound as the physical changes to the landscape. Traditional hierarchies based on magical ability collapsed as archmages found themselves powerless, while mundane soldiers and craftsmen became the new elite. Religious movements that promised salvation through the abandonment of magical practices gained enormous influence, sometimes leading to the persecution of anyone associated with the arcane arts. New philosophies emerged that viewed the Spellplague as a necessary cleansing of a world that had become too dependent on artificial magical solutions to natural problems. The generation that grew up during the height of the Spellplague developed fundamentally different attitudes toward magic and technology than their predecessors. Having witnessed firsthand the dangers of magical dependency, they approached any form of supernatural power with caution and skepticism that their ancestors would have found incomprehensible. They developed backup systems and alternative methods for accomplishing tasks that previous generations had simply assumed would always be possible through magical means. The gradual emergence of a new goddess of magic, eventually revealed to be a reformed and reconstituted version of Mystra herself, marked the beginning of the end of the Spellplague, but not a simple return to the previous magical order. The new weave that slowly took shape over the final decades of the crisis was fundamentally different from its predecessor, more robust but also more restrictive, designed to prevent the kind of catastrophic failure that had led to the original disaster. The magic that returned to the world was changed in subtle but important ways. Spells required more precise focus and intention, making casual magic more difficult while rewarding dedicated study and practice. The connection between caster and magical force became more personal and direct, reducing the risk of catastrophic failure, but also limiting the ultimate power that any individual could safely wield. The wild magic zones that had characterized the plague lands gradually stabilized, but they remained as permanent reminders of the price of magical hubris. The political and social changes wrought by the Spellplague proved even more permanent than the magical ones. The kingdoms and empires that emerged from the crisis were fundamentally different from their predecessors, built on principles of redundancy and self-sufficiency that reflected hard-learned lessons about the dangers of overspecialization. Trade networks were redesigned to function without magical assistance. Communication systems were established that could operate during periods of magical disruption, and military forces were trained to fight effectively whether magic was available or not. The cultural impact of the Spellplague resonated through every aspect of society for generations after the crisis had ended. Art and literature of the post-plague era reflected a deep awareness of the fragility of civilization and the importance of preserving knowledge and techniques that did not depend on magical support. Educational systems were reformed to ensure that essential skills were not lost during future magical disruptions. Religious practices evolved to incorporate rituals and beliefs that could provide comfort and guidance even when divine magic was unreliable. The technological innovations that emerged from necessity during the Spellplague continued to influence development long after magic had been restored. Mechanical devices and non-magical techniques that had been developed as emergency substitutes for magical solutions often proved superior to their supernatural predecessors in terms of reliability and maintainability. The crisis had forced a thorough examination of the assumptions underlying civilization itself, leading to improvements that might never have been discovered if the comfortable reliance on magical solutions had continued undisturbed. The memories of those who lived through the Spellplague became the foundation for a new understanding of the relationship between magic and civilization. The crisis had demonstrated that any society built entirely on supernatural foundations was inherently unstable, vulnerable to catastrophic failure if those foundations were compromised. But it had also shown that mortal ingenuity and determination could overcome even the most devastating supernatural disasters, that civilization could survive and even flourish when forced to adapt to radically changed circumstances. The Spellplague stands as history's most complete demonstration that progress and security are not the same thing, that the technologies and systems that make life easier and more comfortable may also create vulnerabilities that threaten the very survival of the societies that depend upon them. The century of chaos that followed Mystra's death taught the peoples of the Forgotten Realms that true strength comes not from the power to control supernatural forces, but from the wisdom to build societies that can function regardless of whether such forces remain available. In the end, the Spellplague transformed the Forgotten Realms from a world where magic was taken for granted into one where magical power was understood to be both a gift and a responsibility, a tool that could enhance civilization but should never be allowed to become the foundation upon which civilization entirely depended. The scars left by the century of chaos served as permanent reminders that even the most fundamental aspects of reality could change without warning, and that the only reliable defense against such change was the cultivation of wisdom, adaptability, and the humility to recognize that no mortal achievement, no matter how magnificent, was immune to the possibility of sudden and complete destruction. Chapter 8. The Sundering. Sometimes, the greatest act of healing requires first the courage to tear apart what has grown wrong, to separate what should never have been joined, and to accept that restoration often means returning to older, simpler truths rather than pursuing ever more complex solutions. The Sundering stands as history's most profound example of cosmic surgery, a deliberate unraveling of reality itself that sought to repair the fundamental damage wrought by a century of magical chaos, by returning the multiverse to a state of ordered separation that had been lost in the desperate attempts to rebuild what the Spellplague had destroyed. The decision to initiate the Sundering was not made lightly or by any single entity, but emerged from a growing consensus among cosmic forces that the patchwork reality cobbled together during the final decades of the Spellplague had become too unstable to sustain. The new weave that had slowly coalesced around the reformed Mystra, while functional, remained fragile and prone to catastrophic resonance effects that threatened to trigger new magical disasters. The parallel dimensions that had been drawn into convergence during the chaotic century had created overlapping zones where multiple versions of the same locations existed simultaneously, leading to temporal paradoxes and identity crises that defied resolution through conventional means. Most troubling of all were the populations that had become permanently split between multiple realities. Families found themselves separated across dimensional barriers that allowed them to see and sometimes communicate with alternate versions of their loved ones, but prevented any meaningful reunion. Cities existed in quantum superposition, simultaneously thriving and ruined, populated by citizens who remembered completely different histories while occupying the same physical space. The psychological toll of this dimensional confusion was driving entire populations toward madness as individuals struggled to maintain coherent identities in a reality that refused to remain consistent from one moment to the next. The being who would come to be known as the Sundering's architect was Owl, the overgod, though his role in the Great Separation was characteristically subtle and indirect. Having observed the failure of incremental solutions to address the fundamental instabilities plaguing reality, AO began to orchestrate a series of seemingly unrelated events that would eventually converge into a moment of cosmic decision that would reshape the multiverse itself. His methods were those of a master strategist rather than a divine tyrant, creating circumstances that would lead mortals and gods alike to choose the path of separation, while believing that they were acting according to their own will and wisdom. The first signs of the approaching Sundering were barely perceptible fluctuations in the flow of time and space that only the most sensitive magical practitioners could detect. Ancient artifacts began to resonate with energies that had been dormant since before the Spellplague, and prophetic dreams filled with visions of diverging paths and severed connections began to plague oracles and mystics throughout the realms. The reformed Mystra herself experienced increasingly vivid nightmares in which she witnessed the complete collapse of the weave she had struggled so long to rebuild, visions that drove her to seek solutions of unprecedented scope and complexity. The mortals who would serve as the focal points for the Sundering were drawn together by circumstances that seemed coincidental, but reflected the careful orchestration of cosmic forces seeking agents capable of making the terrible choices that lay ahead. These chosen individuals, adventurers, scholars, rulers, and prophets from across the length and breadth of the realms, found themselves experiencing shared dreams and synchronistic encounters that gradually made them aware of their collective destiny as instruments of cosmic transformation. The mechanism of the Sundering was as elegant as it was devastating. The deliberate activation of dormant ley line intersections that had been created during the original formation of the cosmos, but never utilized, combined with the synchronized casting of reality-altering spells at precisely calculated moments when the barriers between dimensions were at their weakest. The process required the willing sacrifice of magical power on a scale that dwarfed even the greatest rituals of ancient Netheril, with thousands of spellcasters across multiple worlds giving up their abilities permanently to fuel the cosmic surgery that would separate the overlapping realities. When the Sundering began, the effects were felt simultaneously across every plane of existence. The sky itself seemed to crack like broken glass, revealing glimpses of the void that lay between realities before the fractures sealed themselves with new cosmic boundaries. The convergent zones where multiple dimensions had overlapped began to separate with phenomena that challenged the capacity of mortal minds to process. Buildings and landscapes sliding apart along impossible angles, populations sorting themselves according to dimensional allegiances they had never known they possessed, and geographic features that had existed in quantum superposition finally resolving into distinct configurations. The most dramatic effects occurred in the areas that had been most severely damaged during the Spellplague. The wild magic zones that had persisted for a century suddenly stabilized as the chaotic energies that had maintained them were channeled into the work of dimensional separation. Ancient ruins that had existed in multiple timelines simultaneously chose single histories and appeared fully formed in their designated realities. Bodies of water that had flowed in impossible directions resumed normal courses, often completely altering the geography of entire regions as they carved new channels through landscapes that had been locked in magical stasis. The separation of the alternate Toril, the world that had emerged from different choices and different histories during the century of magical chaos, was perhaps the most poignant aspect of the entire process. Families that had been split between realities found themselves forced to choose which version of their world they would inhabit, knowing that their choice would mean permanent separation from loved ones who chose differently. Some chose to remain with the familiar, accepting the flaws and limitations of the reality they knew, while others opted for the promise of alternate worlds, where different decisions had led to different outcomes. The gods themselves experienced the Sundering as a form of divine mitosis, with their aspects and portfolios separating along dimensional lines according to the needs and beliefs of the populations they served. Deities who had been forced to embody contradictory aspects during the convergent years found themselves able to return to more focused and coherent divine identities. Some gods chose to maintain presence across multiple realities, becoming cosmic bridges between separated worlds, while others embraced the opportunity to concentrate their power and attention on single dimensions, where their influence could be more precisely focused. The political ramifications of the Sundering were as complex as its metaphysical effects. Kingdoms that had ruled over convergent territories found their domains suddenly reduced to single-dimension equivalents, while other nations discovered that their alternate reality counterparts had made different alliances and enemies, creating diplomatic complications that would require decades to resolve. Trade relationships that had depended on trans-dimensional commerce collapsed overnight, forcing rapid adaptation to purely local resource bases and manufacturing capabilities. The technological and magical developments that had emerged during the convergent period faced an uncertain future as the realities separated. Some innovations had been dependent on the unique conditions created by dimensional overlap and simply ceased to function once the Sundering was complete. Others proved adaptable to single reality conditions but required extensive modification to remain viable. The most successful technologies were those that had been designed with an understanding of dimensional theory, allowing them to function regardless of which specific reality they found themselves inhabiting. The psychological impact of the Sundering on those who remembered the convergent years was profound and lasting. Many individuals experienced a form of dimensional grief, mourning the loss of alternate selves and alternate histories that had become real to them during the century of overlap. Support communities emerged for those struggling to adapt to the simpler but more stable reality that emerged from the separation, helping them process memories of experiences that had technically never happened in their current timeline. The magical community faced particular challenges as the Sundering progressed. Spells and techniques that had been developed to work with convergent magical fields often failed spectacularly when applied to the more orderly, but less flexible weave that emerged from the separation. The wild magic that had characterized the Spellplague era was largely eliminated, but so were many of the innovative applications of magical theory that had emerged from necessity during the chaotic century. Magical education required complete restructuring to focus on techniques appropriate to single reality conditions. The completion of the Sundering was marked not by any dramatic cosmic event, but by a gradual settling into new patterns of existence that felt both familiar and strange to those who had lived through the convergent years. The sky remained blue, the sun continued to rise and set, and the basic rhythms of life resumed their predictable courses. But beneath this surface normalcy lay a profound transformation in the nature of reality itself, a return to cosmic order that had been purchased through the deliberate sacrifice of infinite possibility. The new cosmic order that emerged from the Sundering was characterized by clear boundaries and stable relationships between different planes of existence. The chaotic interpenetration of realities that had characterized the post-plague era was replaced by a more traditional separation of dimensions, each with its own consistent laws and populations. Travel between realities became once again the province of powerful magic and cosmic entities, rather than a random occurrence that could happen to anyone at any time. The reformed weave that stabilized in the aftermath of the Sundering was stronger and more resilient than either its pre-plague predecessor or the fragile structure that had emerged during the recovery period. The lessons learned during the century of magical chaos had been incorporated into its fundamental design, creating safeguards against the kind of catastrophic failure that had led to the Spellplague, while maintaining enough flexibility to support the full range of magical applications that civilized society required. The gods who emerged from the Sundering found themselves operating within a more clearly defined cosmic framework that both limited and enhanced their power. The chaotic conditions that had allowed for rapid divine ascension and portfolio changes during the Convergent years were replaced by more stable hierarchies and clearer definitions of divine responsibility. This reduced the potential for conflicts between deities, while also making it more difficult for mortals to achieve godhood through opportunistic exploitation of cosmic instabilities. The mortal populations that remained after the Sundering carried with them memories and knowledge that would influence the development of their respective realities for generations to come. The experience of living through dimensional convergence had given them perspectives on the nature of choice and consequence that previous generations had never possessed. They understood in ways that could not be taught that reality was not fixed and unchangeable, but was the product of accumulated decisions made by conscious beings operating within cosmic constraints. The philosophical implications of the Sundering would reshape theological and magical thought for centuries to come. The demonstration that reality itself could be deliberately restructured through collective action challenged traditional assumptions about the relationship between divine will and cosmic law. The revelation that stable reality required periodic maintenance and adjustment led to new understandings of the role of conscious beings in maintaining universal order. The Sundering stands as history's greatest example of healing through separation, of progress through apparent regression, of stability achieved through the willing sacrifice of unlimited possibility. It demonstrated that sometimes the wisest choice is not to fix what is broken, but to start over with a clearer understanding of what went wrong the first time. The cosmic surgery that separated the convergent realities was painful and traumatic for those who lived through it, but it restored a stability and clarity to existence that allowed for sustainable growth and development, rather than the chaotic transformation that had characterized the post-plague era. In the end, the Sundering proved that even the most fundamental aspects of reality could be changed through conscious choice and collective action, but only at the cost of accepting limitations and boundaries that infinite possibility had seemed to make unnecessary. The separated realities that emerged from the great cosmic division were smaller and more constrained than the convergent reality that had preceded them, but they were also more stable, more comprehensible, and more capable of supporting the long-term flourishing of the conscious beings who inhabited them. The choice between unlimited possibility and sustainable stability had been made, and the cosmos itself had been reshaped to reflect the wisdom of that choice. Chapter 9. Cities of Power. Cities are more than collections of buildings and populations. They are crystallizations of human ambition, focal points where the raw energy of mortal desire is concentrated and transformed into the power to reshape the world according to collective will. In the Forgotten Realms, where magic flows like an invisible river through the fabric of reality and gods walk among mortals in forms both subtle and magnificent, the great cities have become something approaching mortal godhood themselves, entities whose influence extends far beyond their physical boundaries to shape the destiny of nations, continents, and sometimes the very course of history itself. The phenomenon of urban power concentration is as old as civilization itself, but in the realms it has taken on dimensions that transcend anything known in purely mundane societies. When thousands of intelligent beings gather in proximity, their combined thoughts and desires create resonance effects in the magical field that surrounds all existence. These effects can be harnessed by those wise enough to understand them, channeled into systems of commerce, governance, and cultural influence that amplify the city's power far beyond what its population and resources would suggest. The greatest cities have learned to become more than the sum of their parts, evolving into entities that possess something approaching consciousness and will of their own. Waterdeep stands as the supreme example of how urban consciousness can be deliberately cultivated and directed toward the accumulation of power. Known throughout the realms as the City of Splendors, Waterdeep has transcended its origins, as a simple trading port to become a force that shapes economic and political relationships across multiple continents. Its influence flows along trade routes that span the known world, carrying not just goods and gold, but ideas, customs, and the subtle pressure of Waterdevian will into every corner of civilized society. The secret of Waterdeep's dominance lies not in any single factor, but in the sophisticated interplay of multiple systems that have been refined over centuries of deliberate development. The city's merchant princes understand that true power comes not from hoarding wealth, but from controlling the flow of wealth, from positioning themselves as indispensable intermediaries in the complex web of relationships that bind different regions and peoples together. They have created a financial infrastructure so comprehensive and so carefully designed that attempting to operate outside it has become more costly than working within it, even for those who might prefer alternative arrangements. The Lords of Waterdeep, that secretive council whose identities remain hidden behind masks of office, represent perhaps the most sophisticated form of urban governance ever developed. By separating the public face of leadership from the private individuals who wield actual authority, they have created a system that combines the stability of institutional rule with the flexibility of personal decision-making. The masked lords can make unpopular decisions without fear of personal retaliation, while the city's citizens can maintain faith in their government without being distracted by the personal failings and political ambitions of individual rulers. But Waterdeep's true genius lies in its understanding that lasting power requires the consent of those being governed, and that such consent is best secured through the systematic cultivation of prosperity and opportunity. The city has made itself indispensable, not through force or intimidation, but by becoming the place where ambitious individuals from every corner of the world can come to transform their dreams into reality. Its guilds provide structure and support for every conceivable form of economic activity. Its educational institutions offer knowledge and training that cannot be obtained elsewhere, and its cultural amenities create a quality of life that makes residence in Waterdeep something to be desired rather than endured. Baldur's Gate represents a fundamentally different approach to urban power accumulation, one based on controlled chaos rather than systematic order, where Waterdeep seeks to manage and direct the forces that flow through it. Baldur's Gate embraces the creative potential of conflict and competition, allowing different factions and interests to struggle against each other within carefully maintained boundaries that prevent any single group from achieving total dominance. The result is a city that pulses with the energy of constant change and innovation, where new opportunities emerge from the wreckage of failed ventures, and where the only constant is the promise that tomorrow will bring possibilities that no one can predict today. The patriarch families who dominate Baldur's Gate's upper levels have mastered the art of profiting from instability, while avoiding its most destructive consequences. They understand that chaos, properly channeled, can be more profitable than order, that the uncertainty which destroys some enterprises creates opportunities for others that would never exist in more stable environments. Their power lies not in their ability to control events, but in their superior capacity to adapt to changing circumstances, to position themselves advantageously, regardless of which way the political and economic winds might blow. The physical structure of Baldur's Gate itself reflects this philosophy of controlled chaos. The upper city, where the patriarchs maintain their estates and conduct their most important business, is built like a fortress designed to withstand siege from below, as much as from without. The lower city, where the majority of the population lives and works, is allowed to develop according to the organic logic of necessity and opportunity, creating a maze of narrow streets and overcrowded districts that seems chaotic to outsiders, but follows patterns that the city's inhabitants understand instinctively. This vertical segregation serves multiple purposes beyond simple class distinction. It allows the patriarchs to maintain physical and psychological distance from the consequences of their decisions, while still benefiting from the energy and creativity that emerges from the lower city's competitive environment. It also creates a natural buffer zone that absorbs the shock waves of economic and political disruption, preventing rapid changes in the lower city from immediately destabilizing the upper city's more refined operations. Neverwinter demonstrates yet another model of urban power, one based on the systematic cultivation of harmony between mortal ambition and natural law. Known as the Jewel of the North, Neverwinter has achieved a level of integration between civilization and environment that approaches the legendary accomplishments of the ancient elves. The city's power flows from its ability to make itself indispensable, not through economic dominance or political maneuvering, but through the simple fact that it represents the most successful example of sustainable urban development in human history. The magical systems that maintain Neverwinter's famous temperate climate are not mere conveniences, but expressions of a deeper philosophy that views technology and magic as tools for working with natural forces rather than conquering them. The city's gardens and parks are not decorative additions to an essentially artificial environment, but integral components of a carefully designed ecosystem that supports both human civilization and the natural world upon which it depends. This approach has created a model of urban development that other cities study and attempt to emulate, giving Neverwinter influence that extends far beyond its immediate political and economic reach. The tragedy that befell Neverwinter during the Spellplague and its subsequent rebuilding efforts have only enhanced its reputation as a symbol of resilience and renewal. The city's ability to survive catastrophic destruction and emerge stronger than before has made it a powerful symbol for communities throughout the realms that face their own challenges and disasters. Neverwinter's example proves that urban consciousness, once properly established, can survive even the complete destruction of its physical infrastructure, that the intangible bonds that hold a community together are more durable than stone and steel. The merchant cities of the Dragon Coast represent a different approach to urban power, one based on specialization and niche dominance rather than comprehensive control. Each of these cities has identified particular economic or political niches where they can achieve dominance through focused effort and specialized expertise. Westgate has become the premier center for activities that operate in the gray areas between legal and illegal, providing services that other cities cannot or will not offer. Marsember has specialized in maritime trade and naval intelligence, positioning itself as the indispensable link between land-based and sea-based power structures. These smaller cities demonstrate that urban power does not always require massive size or comprehensive capabilities. By identifying specific needs that larger cities cannot address effectively and developing superior competence in meeting those needs, even relatively small urban centers can achieve influence that extends far beyond what their population and resources would suggest. The key is understanding that power is ultimately about providing something that others need and cannot easily obtain elsewhere. The dwarven city of Mithril Hall represents the intersection of urban consciousness with racial memory and ancestral obligation. The power of this underground metropolis flows not just from its economic and military capabilities, but from its role as a symbol of dwarven resilience and determination. The city's influence among dwarven communities throughout the realms is based on its embodiment of cultural ideals that transcend mere political or economic considerations. The reclamation of Mithril Hall from the monsters that had overrun it has become a foundational myth for modern dwarven identity, a story that demonstrates the possibility of recovering what has been lost and rebuilding what has been destroyed. This symbolic power gives the city influence in dwarven affairs that extends far beyond its immediate geographic region, making it a focal point for dwarven cultural and political identity throughout the realms. The elven city of Ereska represents the transformation of ancient urban consciousness into a form adapted to post-Crown Wars reality. Where the great elven cities of the past had sought to dominate through superior culture and magical power, Ereska has achieved influence through the careful cultivation of wisdom and the provision of services that only centuries of accumulated experience can provide. The city has become a repository of ancient knowledge and a center for magical research that operates according to principles of responsibility and restraint, learned through bitter experience with the consequences of magical hubris. Ereska's power lies not in its ability to impose its will on others, but in its capacity to serve as a neutral ground, where different factions and cultures can meet to resolve disputes and negotiate agreements. The city's reputation for fairness and wisdom has made it an indispensable resource for diplomatic initiatives throughout the realms, giving it influence that extends far beyond what its population and military capabilities would suggest. The phenomenon of urban power concentration in forgotten realms demonstrates that cities are not merely administrative and economic conveniences, but expressions of collective consciousness that can achieve forms of influence and authority that transcend anything possible for individuals or smaller communities. The greatest cities have learned to harness the magical and psychological energies that emerge from large-scale cooperation, channeling these forces into systems of power that can shape the destiny of entire civilizations. The competition between these urban centers has become one of the driving forces behind the political and economic development of the realms. Each city's attempt to expand its influence and protect its interests creates pressures that force innovation and adaptation throughout the entire system. The result is a complex web of relationships that connects every corner of the known world through bonds of trade, diplomacy, cultural exchange, and sometimes conflict. The ultimate lesson of the great cities is that true power in the modern world flows not from the ability to destroy, but from the capacity to create value that others recognize and desire. The cities that have achieved lasting influence are those that have made themselves indispensable to the functioning of the larger systems of which they are part. They have learned that in a world where magical transportation can move armies across continents in hours, and divine intervention can reshape the landscape itself, the most reliable form of power is the power to provide something that others need and cannot easily obtain elsewhere. As the realms continue to evolve and new challenges emerge, the great cities will undoubtedly adapt and transform themselves to meet changing circumstances. But the fundamental principle that they represent, the idea that conscious beings working together in organized communities can achieve forms of power and influence that transcend anything possible for individuals, will continue to shape the destiny of civilizations throughout the ages to come. The cities of power stand as monuments to the creative potential of mortal ambition, proof that even in a world ruled by gods and shaped by magic, the collective will of ordinary beings remains one of the most potent forces in existence. Chapter 10. The Underdark Depths. Darkness is not merely the absence of light. It is a fundamental force that shapes consciousness in ways the surface-dwelling mind can never fully comprehend, creating forms of civilization so alien to normal experience that they challenge every assumption about the nature of society, morality, and existence itself. The Underdark represents the ultimate expression of what happens when intelligent beings are cut off from the sun's influence and forced to adapt to an environment where the basic rules governing life and death, predator and prey, order and chaos operate according to principles that surface dwellers would consider not merely foreign, but actively hostile to everything they consider natural and right. The vast subterranean realm that stretches beneath the surface world, like a dark mirror of the lands above, is not simply a network of caves and tunnels, but a three-dimensional ecosystem of staggering complexity, where civilizations have risen and fallen for millennia without the knowledge of those who walk beneath the open sky. The Underdark possesses its own weather patterns, its own forms of plant and animal life, its own gods and demons, and most importantly, its own inexorable logic that transforms everything that enters its domain, according to laws that predate the rise of surface civilization by eons uncounted. The geography of the Underdark defies conventional understanding of space and distance, with passages that seem to stretch for mere miles, actually extending across vast subterranean continents, while other routes that appear impossibly long deliver travelers to destinations that should by all rights be much farther away. This is not simply a matter of getting lost in identical-looking tunnels, but a fundamental property of Underdark space itself, where the normal relationships between distance and travel time are distorted by magical fields that have accumulated over millennia. of exposure to alien influences, and the dreams of sleeping entities, whose consciousness operates on scales that dwarf mortal comprehension. The darkness that pervades every inch of this realm is not merely an inconvenience to be overcome with torches and magical illumination, but an active force that influences the development of everything that lives within its embrace. Creatures that spend generations in absolute darkness do not simply develop enhanced senses to compensate for their lack of vision. They develop entirely different forms of consciousness, ways of thinking and perceiving that are based on principles that surface dwellers cannot imagine. The darkness becomes a medium through which information flows, a substance that can be shaped and manipulated by those who understand its properties, a living entity that responds to thought and emotion in ways that light never could. The Drow represent perhaps the most sophisticated example of how surface-dwelling consciousness can be transformed by prolonged exposure to Underdark conditions. Originally elves who were exiled from the surface world following the ancient conflicts that shattered their civilization, the Drow have evolved over millennia into something that retains the basic form of their ancestors, while developing psychological and cultural characteristics that would be considered utterly alien by their surface-dwelling cousins. Their society is built around principles of controlled cruelty and systematic betrayal that serve not as expressions of random evil, but as adaptive mechanisms perfectly suited to survival in an environment where trust is literally a fatal weakness, and where the ability to anticipate and counter treachery is the most valuable skill any individual can possess. Menzoberranzan, the greatest of the Drow cities, represents the ultimate achievement of Underdark civilization, a society so perfectly adapted to its environment that it has transcended the limitations that constrain surface cultures and achieved a form of stability that has endured for thousands of years without any of the cyclical collapse and renewal that characterizes surface civilizations. The city's power structure, centered around the worship of Loth, the Spider Queen, creates a system of government that appears chaotic and self-destructive to surface observers, but actually represents a highly sophisticated form of controlled evolution, where individuals and families are constantly tested against each other to ensure that only the most capable and adaptable rise to positions of real authority. The architecture of Menzoberranzan itself reflects the alien logic of Underdark thinking, with buildings that seem to grow from the living rock rather than being constructed according to predetermined plans. The city's districts are connected, not by streets in any conventional sense, but by networks of webs, tunnels, and vertical passages that require three-dimensional thinking to navigate effectively. The very layout of the city serves as a constant test of the inhabitants' ability to adapt to changing circumstances, with passages that shift their configuration according to the political fortunes of the families who control them, and districts that can be isolated or connected to the greater city, depending on the current balance of power among the ruling houses. The Drow understanding of magic reflects their adaptation to Underdark conditions in ways that demonstrate how environment shapes not just the practice, but the fundamental theory of supernatural manipulation. Surface magic tends to be based on principles of harmony and balance, seeking to work with natural forces to achieve desired outcomes. Drow magic, by contrast, is founded on principles of domination and control, treating magical energy as a resource to be seized and wielded, rather than a partner to be courted and convinced. This approach produces magical effects that are often more immediately powerful than surface equivalents, but also more dangerous to the caster, requiring a level of personal risk and sacrifice that most surface mages would consider unacceptably high. The Deep Gnomes, or Sverfeneblin, represent a completely different approach to Underdark adaptation, one based on camouflage and avoidance rather than aggression and domination. These diminutive humanoids have developed forms of technology and social organization that allow them to thrive in the deepest regions of the Underdark, by making themselves virtually invisible to the predators and conquerors that dominate the upper levels. Their cities are marvels of engineering that blend so seamlessly with natural rock formations that they can remain undetected even when hostile forces pass within yards of their entrances. The Saverneblan approach to survival demonstrates that Underdark conditions do not inevitably lead to the development of aggressive and predatory cultures. Their society is built around principles of cooperation and mutual support that would seem familiar to surface dwellers, but these principles have been refined and intensified by generations of existence in an environment where a single mistake by any individual can doom the entire community. They have learned to suppress individual ambition and personality in favor of collective survival, creating a form of social unity that is both more complete and more fragile than anything found in surface societies. The Duergar, the grey dwarves who inhabit the middle levels of the Underdark, represent perhaps the most tragic example of Underdark adaptation. Unlike the Drow, who were exiled from the surface world, or the Severneblan, who seem to have evolved specifically for Underdark existence, the Duergar are the descendants of surface dwarves who became trapped in the depths during some ancient catastrophe and were forced to adapt to conditions that were fundamentally hostile to their nature. The result is a culture that retains the basic structure and values of surface dwarven society, while developing psychological characteristics that represent a systematic perversion of every dwarven virtue. Where surface dwarves value craftsmanship and take pride in creating objects of beauty and utility, the Duergar have developed a form of craftsmanship that emphasizes function over beauty and durability over aesthetic appeal. Their weapons and tools are supremely effective, but possess a cold, mechanical quality that reflects their maker's emotional detachment from the act of creation. Where surface dwarves value loyalty and clan solidarity, the Duergar have developed a form of loyalty that is based on mutual necessity rather than affection, creating bonds that are strong but brittle, capable of supporting tremendous stress but vulnerable to sudden and complete failure when circumstances change. The Mind Flayers represent something beyond adaptation to Underdark conditions. They are entities whose very existence demonstrates that intelligence itself can take forms so alien to surface experience that meaningful communication becomes virtually impossible. These creatures, with their tentacled heads and their practice of consuming the brains of other intelligent beings, are not simply monsters in the conventional sense, but representatives of a completely different approach to consciousness and existence. Their society is based on principles of psychic communion that allow for forms of coordination and cooperation that no individual-based culture could achieve. But this unity comes at the cost of any form of personal identity or individual will that surface dwellers would recognize as meaningful. The Illithid cities that dot the deepest reaches of the Underdark represent the ultimate expression of collective consciousness, where thousands of individual minds function as components of a larger intelligence that operates according to principles that transcend anything known to surface philosophy. The Mind Flayer's treatment of other intelligent beings as nothing more than food sources is not motivated by cruelty or malice, but by a fundamental inability to recognize individual consciousness as anything more than a temporary arrangement of mental energy that happens to occur within discrete, physical forms. The Aboleth, ancient beyond measure and possessed of memories that stretch back to the dawn of time itself, represent the Underdark's connection to cosmic forces that predate the current age of the world. These creatures inhabit the deepest lakes and underground seas of the realm, their alien intelligence operating on scales of time and space that make even the Mind Flayers seem comprehensible by comparison. They are living repositories of knowledge about the true nature of reality, the hidden connections between different planes of existence, and the ultimate destiny of consciousness itself. The cities that the Aboleth have built in the deepest reaches of the Underdark are not constructions in any sense that surface dwellers would understand, but living entities that exist partially in normal space and partially in dimensions that operate according to completely different physical laws. These settlements serve as focal points for the Aboleth's manipulation of the deep currents of reality, allowing them to influence events throughout the Underdark, and sometimes even on the surface world, through methods that are so subtle and indirect that their effects are often mistaken for natural phenomena or coincidental events. The ecosystem that has developed in the Underdark over millennia of isolation demonstrates that life can adapt to virtually any conditions, no matter how hostile they might appear to beings evolved for different environments. The realm teems with creatures that have developed forms and capabilities that would seem impossible to surface-dwelling biologists, fungi that possess rudimentary intelligence and can communicate with each other across vast distances, crystals that grow like living things and respond to the emotions of nearby creatures, and forms of plant life that have learned to derive energy from magical fields rather than sunlight. The deep dragons that make their lairs in the most remote caverns of the Underdark represent perhaps the ultimate fusion of surface and Underdark characteristics. These ancient beings possess all the intelligence and magical power of their surface-dwelling cousins, but have adapted to their subterranean environment in ways that make them even more formidable than their counterparts who fly beneath the open sky. Their understanding of Underdark ecology and politics allows them to manipulate the various civilizations of the realm with a subtlety and effectiveness that even the most sophisticated drow matron mothers cannot match. The influence of the Underdark on surface events is far greater than most surface dwellers realize, operating through networks of connection and influence that span the entire breadth of the subterranean realm. The drow slave raids that periodically emerge from hidden passages to strike at surface settlements are only the most visible manifestation of a complex web of political and economic relationships that connects Underdark civilizations to surface powers in ways that both sides often prefer to keep secret. Trade in exotic goods, information, and services flows between surface and depths through channels that operate outside the normal networks of commerce and diplomacy. The magical energies that permeate the Underdark create conditions that influence surface magic in ways that most surface mages never suspect. Deep currents of magical force flow through the earth itself, creating ley lines and nodes of power that surface wizards tap into without understanding their true source, or the prices that such borrowing might eventually extract. The great magical disasters that have periodically reshaped the surface world often have their origins in disruptions to these deep magical systems, disturbances that can be traced back to events and conflicts occurring in the depths below. The ultimate lesson of the Underdark is that consciousness itself is far more adaptable and resilient than surface dwellers imagine, capable of developing forms and expressions that challenge every assumption about the nature of intelligence, society, and morality. The civilizations that have flourished in the eternal darkness demonstrate that there is no single correct way to organize a society or develop a culture, that the forms of life and consciousness that surface dwellers consider normal and natural are actually highly specialized adaptations to one particular set of environmental conditions. The darkness that defines the Underdark is not simply the opposite of light, but a fundamental aspect of reality that possesses its own creative potential and its own forms of beauty. The beings who have learned to thrive in that darkness have developed ways of thinking and perceiving that expand the very definition of what it means to be conscious, intelligent, and alive. Their existence serves as a reminder that the surface world, for all its apparent diversity and complexity, represents only a tiny fraction of the total spectrum of possible forms that life and consciousness can take. In the end, the Underdark stands as a monument to the fundamental creativity of existence itself, proof that life will find ways to flourish in even the most unlikely and hostile environments. The civilizations that have emerged from its depths challenge surface dwellers to expand their understanding of what is possible and to recognize that their own forms of society and consciousness, however natural they might seem, are actually choices among infinite alternatives. The darkness below serves as both mirror and opposite to the light above, revealing through contrast the true nature of both realms and the endless potential for transformation that lies at the heart of all existence. Chapter 11. Planes and Portals. Reality is not a single unified construct, but a vast tapestry woven from countless threads of existence, each representing a different plane of being where the fundamental laws of nature operate according to principles that range from the subtly different to the utterly incomprehensible. The Forgotten Realms exists not in isolation but as one world among infinite worlds, connected to the broader multiverse through a network of portals, ley lines, and dimensional intersections that allow for the constant flow of energy, information, and influence between realms that might otherwise remain forever separate and distinct. This cosmic connectivity transforms every aspect of existence in the realms, from the most mundane daily activities to the grandest political and military campaigns. The farmer plowing his field works soil that has been enriched by elemental forces flowing from the plane of earth. The merchant calculating profits deals in currencies whose value is ultimately determined by trade relationships that extend across multiple dimensions. The priest offering prayers to her deity sends those prayers along channels that pass through celestial realms, where angels serve as intermediaries between mortal supplication and divine attention. Understanding the true nature of planar influence requires abandoning the comfortable illusion that the material world operates according to purely physical laws. Every magical spell cast in the realms draws its power from extraplanar sources, tapping into the raw creative energy that flows between dimensions like blood through cosmic arteries. Every divine miracle manifests through the intervention of beings whose existence transcends the normal boundaries of space and time. Every act of heroism or villainy sends ripples through the planar structure that can influence events in realms whose inhabitants have never heard of Toril, but whose destinies are nonetheless intertwined with its fate. The plane of shadow, perhaps more than any other extraplanar realm, demonstrates how thoroughly the boundaries between dimensions have become blurred in the modern age. This dark reflection of the material world serves not merely as a pathway for magical transportation, but as an active influence on the psychology and behavior of every intelligent being in the realms. The shadow that every person casts contains within it a connection to this realm of negative energy and twisted reflection, creating a channel through which the dark impulses and suppressed desires of the individual can manifest as tangible forces in the physical world. The Shadowfell, as this realm has come to be known in recent centuries, is not simply a place of evil, but a repository of all the pain, loss, and despair that conscious beings experience throughout their lives. The souls of those who die in states of profound anguish or unfulfilled longing are drawn to this plane, where they become part of a vast ecosystem of negative emotion that feeds back into the material world through dreams, nightmares, and the subtle influence that darkness exerts on mortal consciousness. The realm serves as both a warning about the consequences of abandoning hope and a demonstration of how even the most negative aspects of existence serve essential functions in the broader cosmic order. The Feywild represents the opposite extreme, a realm where the creative and chaotic aspects of nature have been allowed to develop without the constraints of physical law or moral limitation. This parallel dimension pulses with the raw energy of life itself, where thoughts become reality with a directness that makes conventional magic seem clumsy and indirect by comparison. The beings who inhabit this realm, the Fey, operate according to principles of desire and whim that can seem utterly arbitrary to mortal observers, but actually reflect a deeper understanding of how consciousness shapes reality when freed from the limitations imposed by material existence. The influence of the Feywild on the realms manifests in ways both obvious and subtle, from the direct intervention of Archfey in mortal affairs to the gradual transformation of natural areas that have been exposed to extended Fey influence. Forests touched by Feywild energy develop characteristics that defy normal understanding of plant biology, trees that bear fruit in all seasons simultaneously, streams that flow uphill when observed by those pure of heart, clearings where time passes at different rates depending on the emotional state of visitors. The elemental planes represent perhaps the most fundamental level of planar influence, providing the basic building blocks from which all material reality is constructed. The plane of fire supplies not just the elemental force that powers flames, but the very concept of energy transformation that makes life possible. The plane of water contributes not merely the substance that fills oceans and rivers, but the principle of flow and adaptation that allows for change and growth. The plane of Earth provides not just the matter from which mountains and continents are formed, but the quality of stability and endurance that gives meaning to permanence. The plane of air offers not simply the gases that fill the atmosphere, but the essence of movement and communication that connects all living things. The elemental lords who rule these realms are not distant abstractions but active participants in the ongoing development of material reality. Their conflicts and alliances create weather patterns, geological events, and ecological changes that shape the physical environment of the realms in ways that most inhabitants attribute to natural causes. The occasional manifestation of elemental beings in the material world represents not random magical accidents, but deliberate interventions by planar powers seeking to advance their interests in the cosmic conflicts that rage eternally between order and chaos, creation and destruction. The outer planes, where the gods make their homes, and the fundamental forces of morality and ethics take physical form, exert perhaps the most profound influence on the development of civilization and culture in the realms. Mount Celestia, the realm of lawful good, radiates an influence that strengthens the resolve of paladins and clerics throughout the material world. While the 9 hells of Bator constantly work to corrupt and mislead mortal souls toward damnation and eternal servitude, the Abyss, that infinite realm of chaotic evil, spawns the demons that periodically emerge to ravage the material world, while Azium nurtures the spirits of heroes and martyrs who continue to inspire noble deeds long after their deaths. The Blood War, the eternal conflict between demons and devils that rages across multiple planes of existence, creates ripple effects that influence every aspect of mortal existence. The struggle between chaotic evil and lawful evil for dominance over the lower planes draws energy and attention away from direct intervention in material affairs, but it also creates opportunities for mortal powers to advance their interests by playing the two sides against each other. The weapons, tactics, and strategies developed during this cosmic conflict eventually make their way into mortal armies, where they are adapted for use in more mundane, but no less important struggles between nations and cultures. Sigil, the city of doors that sits at the center of the planar structure, like a cosmic hub connecting all possible destinations, represents the ultimate achievement of planar civilization. This impossible metropolis, built on the inside surface of a torus that exists outside normal space and time, serves as the meeting ground, where beings from every conceivable plane of existence can gather to trade, negotiate, and scheme. The city's neutrality is enforced by the Lady of Pain, a mysterious figure whose power exceeds that of gods, and whose motives remain incomprehensible to even the most sophisticated planar scholars. The influence of Sigil on events in the realms operates through networks of connection that span the entire multiverse. Information gathered in the city's taverns and marketplaces eventually makes its way to planars who maintain interests in specific material worlds. Technologies and magical techniques developed in one corner of the multiverse are adapted and refined by beings who carry that knowledge to realms where such innovations can reshape the course of history. The philosophical and theological debates that rage in the city's halls of learning eventually filter down to influence the religious and intellectual development of countless material cultures. The portals that connect the realms to these various extraplanar destinations are not simply convenient methods of transportation, but living entities in their own right, possessing consciousness and will that can influence the nature of travel between dimensions. Each portal reflects the characteristics of the planes it connects, serving as a filter that transforms travelers according to the requirements and expectations of their destinations. Those who pass through portals to the Feywild often return with enhanced creativity and emotional sensitivity, but diminished ability to distinguish between truth and fantasy. Visitors to the Shadowfell return with deeper understanding of loss and suffering, but often struggle to experience joy and hope with their previous intensity. The maintenance and control of these planar gateways has become one of the most important aspects of statecraft in the modern realms. Nations that control access to beneficial planes gain enormous advantages in trade, diplomacy, and military affairs, while those that find themselves cut off from planar networks quickly fall behind in the competition for regional dominance. The ability to deny enemies access to extraplanar allies while maintaining one's own connections has become as important as conventional military and economic power in determining the outcome of international conflicts. The gods themselves serve as the most important bridges between the material world and the extraplanar realms, channeling divine energy from their cosmic domains to empower their mortal followers, while simultaneously serving as conduits through which mortal prayers and devotions flow back to the outer planes. This relationship creates a form of cosmic symbiosis, where divine beings depend on mortal worship for their continued existence, while mortals rely on divine intervention for protection against threats that exceed purely material capabilities. The theological implications of this planar connectivity have revolutionized religious thought throughout the realms. The traditional view of gods as remote and unchanging beings has been replaced by a more dynamic understanding of divinity as an ongoing process of interaction between mortal and cosmic consciousness. Priests and theologians now study planar theory as intensively as they study religious doctrine, recognizing that understanding the structure of the multiverse is essential to comprehending the true nature of divine authority and cosmic justice. The magical traditions that have developed in response to increased awareness of planar influence represent some of the most sophisticated applications of arcane theory ever achieved by mortal practitioners. Planar binding, the art of summoning and controlling extraplanar beings, has evolved from a dangerous experimental technique into a refined discipline with established procedures and ethical guidelines. Dimensional magic, which allows for the manipulation of space and time through controlled interaction with parallel dimensions, has created possibilities for communication, transportation, and warfare that would have been considered impossible in earlier ages. The philosophical questions raised by direct knowledge of the multiverse's structure challenge every traditional assumption about the nature of reality, consciousness, and moral responsibility. If infinite planes of existence contain infinite variations of every possible world, what meaning can be attached to the choices made by any individual being? If alternate versions of every person exist in parallel dimensions, which version represents the true self? If gods can be killed and replaced, and if entire planes can be created or destroyed through sufficient application of power and will, what ultimate authority governs the cosmic order? These questions have no easy answers, but their very existence has transformed intellectual and spiritual life throughout the realms. Scholars and philosophers who once debated abstract theoretical questions now grapple with issues that have immediate practical consequences for the survival and development of civilization. The knowledge that reality itself is mutable, and that the fundamental laws of existence can be changed through proper understanding and application of planar principles, has created both unprecedented opportunities and unprecedented responsibilities for those with the wisdom and power to attempt such changes. The ultimate lesson of planar connectivity is that isolation is an illusion, and that independence is a dangerous fantasy. Every action taken by any conscious being anywhere in the multiverse creates ripple effects that eventually influence events in realms that might seem utterly remote and unconnected. The farmer in his field, the merchant in her counting house, the priest at his altar, and the warrior on her battlefield are all participants in cosmic dramas whose scope and complexity exceed anything that can be comprehended from a purely material perspective. Understanding this truth requires a fundamental shift in consciousness, an expansion of awareness that encompasses not just immediate circumstances, but the broader context of multiverse existence, within which all individual and collective choices must be evaluated. The beings who achieve this expanded awareness become agents of cosmic transformation, capable of influencing events across multiple planes of existence through their understanding of the hidden connections that bind all realities together. The portals and planes that surround and interpenetrate the forgotten realms are not external influences operating on an otherwise self-contained world, but integral aspects of a reality that extends far beyond the boundaries of any single dimension. Vision of this truth transforms every aspect of existence, from the most mundane daily activities to the grandest spiritual and intellectual aspirations, revealing that every moment of consciousness is simultaneously local and cosmic, individual and universal, temporal and eternal. Chapter 12. Legacy of Heroes. In the end, history is not written by kings or gods, but by the choices made by individuals who refuse to accept that the world must remain as they found it. Heroes whose names echo through the ages, not because of the power they wielded or the wealth they accumulated, but because they understood that a single decision made at the right moment can reshape the destiny of nations, continents, and sometimes reality itself. The Forgotten Realms exist as they do today, not because of the grand designs of cosmic forces or the inevitable unfolding of historical necessity, but because of countless moments when ordinary people chose to become something extraordinary, when mortals decided that their brief lives were worth spending in service to ideals that would outlast their physical existence. The concept of heroism itself has evolved throughout the ages of the realms, transforming from the simple warrior courage of early civilizations into something far more complex and demanding. The heroes of ancient times were often little more than successful conquerors, whose primary virtue was their ability to kill enemies and accumulate treasure. The heroes of the modern age face challenges that require not just physical prowess, but wisdom, compassion, and the ability to see beyond immediate circumstances to the broader consequences of their actions. They must navigate moral complexities that would have been incomprehensible to their predecessors, making decisions that affect not just their own fates, but the balance of cosmic forces that determine the nature of existence itself. The transformation of heroism from individual achievement to collective responsibility reflects the growing understanding that the challenges facing civilization have become too complex for any single person to address alone. The great heroes of recent centuries have been those who understood how to inspire and coordinate the efforts of others, who recognized that true strength comes not from personal power, but from the ability to create bonds of trust and purpose that can survive the loss of any individual member. They have learned that lasting victory requires not just defeating enemies, but transforming the conditions that create enmity in the first place. Elminster Almar stands as perhaps the supreme example of how individual heroism can transcend the limitations of mortal existence to become a force that shapes history across multiple ages. His transformation from a simple village peasant into the sage of Shadowdale demonstrates that heroism is not a birthright reserved for the noble-born, but a choice available to anyone willing to dedicate their life to purposes greater than personal advancement. His centuries-long career as an agent of Mystra reveals how true heroes become instruments of cosmic balance, working to prevent any single force from gaining dominance over the complex systems that maintain reality's stability. The relationship between Elminster and the goddess of magic illustrates one of the most important aspects of heroism in the realms, the understanding that individual achievement must be balanced with service to principles that transcend personal ambition. Elminster's power, vast though it is, serves not his own desires, but the maintenance of magical equilibrium throughout the world. His interventions in historical events follow patterns that reflect cosmic necessity rather than personal preference, demonstrating that the highest form of heroism involves the willing surrender of individual will to universal purpose. Drizzt Do'Urden represents a completely different model of heroism, one based on the conscious rejection of the circumstances that shaped his early existence, and the deliberate choice to embody values that directly contradict everything his culture taught him to believe. His escape from the evil of Drow society and his subsequent career as a defender of the innocent demonstrate that heroism can emerge from the most unlikely sources, and that redemption is possible even for those born into societies that consider compassion a weakness and mercy a character flaw. The psychological and spiritual journey that transformed Drizzt from a reluctant participant in Drow raids into a champion of surface world values reveals the internal struggle that lies at the heart of all true heroism. His constant battle against the violent impulses bred into him by his upbringing mirrors the challenge faced by every individual who seeks to transcend the limitations of their origins and create meaning through conscious choice rather than blind acceptance of inherited patterns. His friendships with beings of different races demonstrate that heroism often requires the courage to bridge differences that others consider unbridgeable. The companions of the Hall, Drizzt's chosen family of dwarf, halfling, barbarian, and human allies, exemplify the principle that heroism is ultimately a collective endeavor that draws strength from diversity rather than uniformity. Each member of the group brings unique capabilities and perspectives that compensate for the limitations of the others, creating a whole that is far more effective than any of its individual parts could be alone. Their adventures demonstrate that the most difficult challenges can be overcome through cooperation between beings who might otherwise be enemies, that shared purpose can create bonds stronger than those based on race, culture, or blood relationship. Minsk and Boo, the unlikely partner, ship between a simple-minded ranger and his miniature giant space hamster, represent the often overlooked truth that heroism does not require sophisticated understanding of complex philosophical principles, but can emerge from basic decency and unwavering commitment to protecting the innocent. Minsk's adventures demonstrate that good intentions coupled with determination can often accomplish more than elaborate schemes based on superior knowledge or power. His childlike faith in the righteousness of his cause serves as a reminder that moral clarity can be more valuable than intellectual sophistication. The various Harpers who have served the cause of balance throughout the ages represent the institutionalization of heroic principles, the transformation of individual virtue into organizational commitment that can survive the death of any particular member. The Harper Network demonstrates how heroic ideals can be preserved and transmitted across generations through careful cultivation of shared values and mutual support. Their work in opposing tyranny and preserving knowledge reveals that heroism often operates through subtle influence rather than dramatic confrontation, that the most important victories are often won through patient effort rather than spectacular action. Kelvin Blackstaff, Barunsun, embodies the complex relationship between heroism and authority, demonstrating that those who achieve positions of great power must constantly guard against the corruption that such power inevitably brings. His role as both Archmage of Waterdeep and secret leader of the Harpers illustrates the delicate balance that heroes must maintain between using their influence to protect others and avoiding the temptation to impose their will simply because they have the power to do so. His eventual acceptance of necessary compromise demonstrates that mature heroism sometimes requires making choices that seem unheroic to preserve the possibility of future heroic action. The hero of Baldur's Gate, known by many names, but representing a single archetypal figure who emerges during times of crisis to restore balance to disrupted systems, demonstrates the cyclical nature of heroism in the realms. This figure appears whenever the forces of chaos threaten to overwhelm the structures that maintain civilization, serving as a catalyst that transforms potential disaster into opportunity for renewal and growth. The recurring pattern of their adventures reveals that heroism is not simply a personal choice, but a cosmic necessity. A role that must be filled whenever circumstances demand intervention by those willing to sacrifice personal safety for collective benefit. The Knights of Myth Drannor represent the tragic aspect of heroism, the recognition that even the most noble intentions and heroic actions cannot always prevent catastrophe. Their efforts to restore and protect the last great elven city ultimately failed to prevent its destruction, but their example inspired subsequent generations of heroes who learned from their mistakes while preserving their ideals. Their story demonstrates that heroic failure can be as meaningful as heroic success, that the attempt to do right has value even when it does not achieve its intended goals. The Seven Sisters, the daughters of Mystra who serve as her chosen agents throughout the world, illustrate how heroism can be transformed by direct divine influence without losing its essential human character. Each sister has developed her own approach to serving the cause of magical balance, From Laeril's political involvement to Storm's artistic endeavors to Dove's ranger activities. Their diverse methods demonstrate that heroism can take many forms while serving the same fundamental purposes, that individual personality and preference can coexist with cosmic responsibility. The recurring theme that emerges from studying the great heroes of the realms is the understanding that heroism is not a static quality possessed by certain individuals, but a dynamic relationship between personal choice and cosmic necessity. Heroes emerge when historical circumstances create opportunities for individuals to make decisions that transcend their personal limitations and serve purposes greater than their immediate interests. The same person who behaves heroically in one situation might fail completely in another, while individuals who seem unlikely candidates for heroism can rise to extraordinary heights when circumstances demand it. The democratic nature of heroism in the realms reflects the fundamental principle that consciousness itself is the most powerful force in existence, that the ability to choose how to respond to circumstances is more important than any specific capability or advantage. Heroes emerge from every race, every social class, every profession, and every cultural background, because heroism depends not on external qualifications, but on internal willingness to accept responsibility for consequences that extend beyond personal experience. The training and preparation that potential heroes undergo reveals the importance of cultivating both practical skills and moral wisdom in preparation for moments when extraordinary action becomes necessary. The academies, guilds, and informal networks that nurture heroic development understand that technical competence without ethical foundation leads to tyranny, while noble intentions without practical capability lead to ineffective martyrdom. The most successful heroes are those who have learned to integrate strength with compassion, intelligence with humility, and determination with flexibility. The ultimate legacy of the great heroes lies not in their specific accomplishments, but in their demonstration that individual choice matters, that single decisions made by single people can alter the course of history in ways that continue to influence events long after the decision-makers have passed from the world. Their examples inspire subsequent generations to believe that their own choices have meaning, that they too can make differences that extend beyond their immediate circumstances. The cycle of heroism that characterizes the realms reflects the ongoing need for conscious beings to actively maintain the balance between order and chaos, creation and destruction, hope and despair, that makes meaningful existence possible. Each generation faces challenges that threaten to overwhelm the structures of civilization, and each generation must produce individuals willing to stand against those threats regardless of personal cost. The heroes who accept this responsibility become part of an eternal tradition that transcends any particular culture or historical period. The transformation of heroes into legends, and eventually into mythic archetypes, demonstrates how individual human choice can achieve a form of immortality that transcends physical death. The stories told about great heroes serve not merely as entertainment but as instruction manuals for future generations, teaching through example how to respond to moral challenges and how to find meaning in the face of seemingly impossible odds. These stories become part of the cultural inheritance that shapes the consciousness of entire civilizations. The legacy of heroes in the Forgotten Realms proves that the most important battles are not fought with sword and spell, but in the hearts and minds of individuals who must choose, moment by moment and day by day, whether to accept the world as they find it, or to work toward making it more closely resemble their highest ideals. The heroes whose names echo through history are those who chose transformation over acceptance, service over selfishness, and hope over despair. Their legacy lives on not in monuments or treasures, but in the continuing willingness of ordinary people to make extraordinary choices when circumstances demand heroic action. The eternal cycle of heroism continues, because consciousness itself continues, because each new generation faces the same fundamental choice between passive acceptance of existing conditions and active engagement in the ongoing work of creation and renewal. The heroes of tomorrow will face challenges that cannot be imagined today, but they will draw strength from the examples of those who came before, finding in the legacy of past heroes the inspiration and guidance needed to meet whatever trials the future may bring. The story of heroism in the Forgotten Realms is thus not a historical account of past achievements, but a living tradition that shapes the present and points toward possibilities for the future that remain as limitless as the courage and imagination of those willing to pursue them.